Welcome everyone to Legends in Lore, our unique cooperative campaign series where each one of us will get to play as well as take a turn in the GM seat, creating legends and weaving lore into one epic tale. Joining me at the old table are the 5 talented personalities in the TTRPG community that'll help bring this campaign and has brought this campaign so far to life. I am Eric, the Grin Master for Crediting Grin, and I will be playing Ether Frostbeard, a mountain dwarf haunted by events in his past who was left behind in episodes 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to throw it over to Rachel.
I am Rachel, otherwise known as the Organized DM. You can find me on pretty much any social media under that moniker. You can also find my Etsy shop under that as well. And I am playing Morrigan, the death cleric / something new that you guys might find out about later. And I am looking forward to tormenting Andy tonight. I'm going to throw it over to my friend Northwolf.
Hello, my name is Northwolf911. I am known as Northwolf911 on all my socials, with the exception of a couple channels that you'll see me as Twisted Fates Productions. I am playing Beans the Terrible tonight. A couple things have been updated for Beans, so I'm excited to share that with all of you guys. And I'm going to go ahead and pass that over to Janelle. You're muted.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't post. It's okay.
Hi, everybody. I'm Janelle, or Boss Jellybean all over the internet. I am hosting stuff on my channel, Boss Jellybean, on Twitch. I also am a part of Castleton and a couple projects on Northwolf's Twisted Fates channel. I also just joined Andy's campaign for Shadows of Ashkelon. And Rachel's one of my players in Fey Dark Clips. So I play games with all these people all the time. And tonight I'm going to be playing Onisa. She is a Goliath barbarian fighter. And I was boring and just did the same things I've been doing, like everybody else. And I'm going to throw it over to Michael.
Hey guys, I'm Michael, and I'm with the Dadvantage, a tiny little podcast that you can find on all your audio forms, the Dadvantage podcast. And you can find us on social as the _Dadvantage_podcast on all the socials, where we talk about all things D&D and play a little D&D here and there. Right now we're doing a series on Disney princesses in Eldritch horror, and I think Rachel's going to be joining us shortly coming up, and then maybe Janelle in the future, playing a little Disney princess action. So I'm playing Bamf, the stoner windrider air genasi fighter, who, after a dabble into sorcery, is back all things fightery. So he's going to be smashing. And I'm going to pass it back to Eric to close us out and hand back to Andy.
Awesome. And now I'm going to go ahead and turn the table over to this episode's Grin Master, MrDanDyDM, Andy. Take it away, sir.
Hello, greetings, beautiful nerds. That's just my thing I always start off with. My name is Andy, aka MrDanDyDM. I'm really excited to be doing this with y'all, Legends of Lore, or Legends and Lore. You can find me all over the socials at MrDanDyDM on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, wherever you social in the medias. Currently, I am the DM for the Shadows of Ashkelon, the Survivors of Ashkelon, and Our Flag Means Doom. Episodes soon to be dropping for Survivors and for Our Flag Means Doom. Really excited to absolutely TPK the shit out of y'all tonight.
Oh, no. Everyone's so
Rachel, you have
violent
no
when they get in the
idea
hot
how,
You don't
I was
scare
just
me.
like, yeah. This is blatant, Eric. This is blatant. Like you see what's going on right now. This is not just egging me on.
Listen,
Like this is like
I'm totally glad that I created a character that always gets left behind. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
great, because you're gonna be the reason. You're the character who's gonna TPK everybody this session.
What?
Nice. Very nice.
But let's you know, what the hell? Let's dive into this episode of Legends and Lore. What am I doing? We'll fix it.
I
in
don't
post.
even know.
What's in your cup? That's
I know, right?
What is in that cup? Yeah.
Vance
it's,
has been sharing some smoke with Andy.
Yeah.
There we
go.
We don't have a name for this group, and that's okay. We don't need one. Suffice to say, we've been adventuring together for quite some time, with the exception of Aether. But in this particular adventure, we have, as of just recently, we have faced some pretty horrific things. Whether it's Aether suddenly seeing an old memory that gave him, still to this day, gives him incredible amounts of trauma. We had a confrontation between Morrigan and a deity. We had Boulder desperately trying to bring his brother back while chasing perhaps something fiendish. We had Banff facing up against the elements. All of these moments, truly character-shaping moments that we have not experienced. You all have awakened after this incredible journey through the mines, and you find that it is actually the result of these worm tentacle things that have just now been burned away through the magic that Beans has within himself, that has basically been warring while all of this is happening. You all awaken. Banff, what is the first thing that you do?
Well, Banff is sort of the wake and bake sort. So the very first thing he does is reach into his beard and pull out another joint and spark up. But this time you notice that like there's something in his beard, a bag of some sort, that he seems to reach his whole hand into in order to pull the joint out. It's kind of strange. But he lights up and he sort of just leans back, exhales. Haze comes into view. So, as usual, his echo appears slowly. And Hayes is sort of just relaxing. I think he's looking around sort of like he's stunned about everything that just went down. He didn't expect, he really thought Beans was dead. So he's very, very relieved and relaxed, I think, at this point. Mostly just because Beans is still alive. He's happy that everybody's alive, but he's really happy that Beans is alive because he was really, really worried. I don't think he's just chilling. I think he's, I think at this point it's mostly relief.
Aether, as you awaken and you feel the sludge of these worms that are just being burned away from your skin and from the area around your head and your body, you're able to just look around and you're seeing everyone sort of come to in sort of a similar state. What is What is the first thought, the first waking thought that you have?
I think his mind goes back to the conversation. The first thing he thinks of is he felt like he got to see his sister, I believe it was. And he's probably, being a hardened dwarf of the mountains, is a little maybe shy, like as far as like maybe a subtle tear. So he just kind of like plays it off, brushes his cheek and things like that. But I think the first thing that goes to his mind is his sister seeing that. And then the conversation that was taking place about a potential bargain.
Anissa,
Mm-hmm.
the worms are burned away, and you come to. What are your first thoughts?
I think Anissa like immediately sits up, looks around, and like goes to like push something off of her, and notices like everything's calm. I believe the last thing that was said to her was Beans being like, "Don't go off in that direction. It wants you." So she's like just sitting there like sweat dripping down like the side of her face, like realizing like it was just a nightmare, or hoping it was just a nightmare. And so I think she's kind of just like sitting there like trying to calm herself down.
Okay. Morrigan, you come to with a different feeling than perhaps everybody else. There is a pain in your head, and one of your eyes feels like it's on fire. Which eye is it?
Left.
Your left eye. You feel a sense of exhilaration and adrenaline. Not many people can say that they've stood toe-to-toe with a god and lived to tell about it. And you did that. And so, a moment of trauma is not something that you endured. In fact, it was a moment of victory for you, as you feel as you've come out of this dream, slightly perplexed, slightly confused, but still it was a win. Something that the majority of people here can't say that they've experienced, which brings me to Beans. Perhaps probably the most important person in this scenario. Beans, all of last session, you were disappeared, you were vanished, thought dead, thought that you had been taken to the nine hells by some devil or demon. But that is not the case. You were in fact fighting this entire time. Fighting to save every member of this party and truly defying everyone's expectations, as people have come to see you as a little bit of a glass cannon. Very much the newest adventurer in the party, slightly untested, slightly unproven. Of course, your brother believes in you. But everybody else, they've been waiting to see something. What are your first thoughts?
Ouch.
Valid.
Honestly, the way that Beans most likely feels at this moment in time is exhaustion more than anything else. He hasn't rested since the battle between the meteorite and then seeing all of you with these things coming up, and they're attached to you. And he comes up and sees that everyone's in trouble and tries to wake you all and can't. So he starts to radiate light into you however he can. Imagined that he could push through whatever it is that you guys had attached to you. Not knowing the consequences himself of what his actions were to occur, all he could think about is being there for whatever moments you guys had going on.
Beans, I need you to give me a perception check.
All right. That's a great perception check. It's been a while since I've played D&D. All right. Perception. That is 18?
18. On an 18, you feel all of the pain. Like, it feels like every part of your nervous system is on fire right now. Your head feels like it's splitting. You very quickly look around and you see everybody is there. But there is one person who is absent. Or at least they're not there anymore. And you realize, wait a second. Where is the dragon / elf guy? Where is the guy we confronted? And then it starts to come back to you. Very much like Celine Dion. And you suddenly begin to experience flashback after flashback. Everything that happened when you started to go under and go in and fight this thing, these beings, these things that had attached themselves to your friends, to your companions. During that entire period, you felt a warm presence in your mind, coaching and mentoring and teaching you. And you realize they had a name, and that, God damn it, Eric.
What is so bad about this name?
There's nothing bad
What's
about
the name? What's the name, Andy?
I
Tell us,
tried
please.
to spell it when I was doing notes the first session, and I was like, oh no.
Say my name,
Yeah.
say my name.
You remember the name they gave you was Eric Aegis Krishal.
Eric Aegis Krishal.
At least that is their elf name.
They go by Chuck otherwise.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I am Faye, so now that I have his name, I can change it. So it's just Chuck now.
But their dragon form name, when they were in the crystal dragon form name, was Fractal Chrysalis.
Oh, okay.
Fractal Chrysalis.
Say that 10 times fast.
Fractal
No, it's your
Chrysalis.
job.
No,
No, that's my job.
Eric will do it in post.
Fractal
What's wrong?
Chrysalis.
We
I
could
can't
call
even do
him
it once.
FC.
Yeah.
Anyway, you felt this presence in your mind, and as you were fighting and this thing was fighting against you, trying to retain its dominance over the minds of your friends, you felt this person beginning to give up their power to you, realizing that in their weakened state, they could no longer continue on this plane. And so they have given their dragon essence, their dragon manifestation, their lineage, and passed it into you. you have now the power of a dragon. And you feel this warmth, this light. You feel stronger than you've ever felt before. You feel, despite the pain, like you could take on the world. And maybe you should.
I think at that moment, Beans would look over to Onessa, Morgan, Banff, and look for his brother. Where is his brother?
You see Boulder across, directly across from you. And he looks like absolute bullshit. He is covered in blood. He has bruises all over his body. He looks like he has gone 10 rounds with a horde of giants and maybe lost. His face is completely bruised. He has his eyes are almost swollen shut. He looks like somebody took his hand and just kept doing the stop hitting yourself kind of thing. He is very weakly sort of just getting up onto his feet and just and you hear him sort of groan in pain as it just looks like every single muscle in his body is damaged.
I would walk over to Morgan, kind of just nod, not really say much as Beans. And then
Morgan licks their beak. They're just like, oh yeah, you're tasty.
What Morgan really does, though. When you're walking past, you hear her just say under her breath, "It didn't fail."
Again, I don't think Beans would say anything at that moment. He would just acknowledge it and give you a half weakened smile just as he passes, and then head over to his brother, look over to Anissa and Banff, make sure that they're okay. And then he would whisper something to his brother, and not sure if this is possible, but I would like to say it's Elvish. But I think he would whisper something of words of encouragement of some sort. He would say, "You've always taught me to be self-efficient, but what you don't understand is that you are my strength." And
Boulder hears you speaking. Do you speak Elvish?
I believe so.
Okay.
Because as he's doing that, I'm casting Cure Wounds.
Okay. I'm just going to make sure because I don't remember if Boulder speaks Elvish.
Whatever language he knows. I would say the common language that we both know coming from the Feywild, whatever that is.
You
Maybe.
guys should
I
both
do
know
speak
Sylvan 'cause you're
Sylvan.
Fey.
Yeah, so Sylvan.
I do speak Elvish. It's okay.
So
I hear
I just saw
everything.
Elvish was prettier, so I was just like, a pretty language,
You're speaking French? What?
You just got Elvish dragon infused in you. It's a confusing
Yeah.
time. It's fine.
Yeah, it's super confusing for me right now. But I think he would say something to those sorts. And as he's doing that, he'd like to cast a level 5 Cure Wound spell on Boulder.
Awesome. Okay.
To basically heal him back up. But as you do that, or as he's doing that and speaking to him, I think what you see is kind of like a glow come out of Beans. And he doesn't necessarily touch. I know you need to touch for cure wounds, but like he would just kind of be in his his presence, and you see kind of like radiance kind of go from beings over to engulf his brother, and that happens as sparkles of like white and gold just start to come off of him, and you start to see his face apparate, and like the blood starts to kind of almost float off in the distance as he wraps his brother in this golden glow.
Boulder, seeing Beans approach from across the space, immediately just starts to tears just start to leak from his eyes. Partly maybe to do with all the pain, but also the fact that he is seeing his brother and he thought he was dead. And he thought he was not only just dead, but even worse, like his soul, like everything was taken to the hells. And it is the worst nightmare he could possibly have. And seeing his brother physically in front of him, he immediately, and feeling the healing glow sort of just permeate him in this moment, he just wraps Beans in the biggest hug.
That's 32 points of healing damage, or healing.
32
damage.
points?
32 points of healing.
Boulder just doesn't say anything, just hugs him, just hugs his brother. Bamf, you are smoking. What are the thoughts that are running through your mind right now regarding not only what you just went through and sort of experiencing, if I remember correctly, your own moment of triumph, and also couple that with the effect of the weed, and also the sort of the very obvious absence of a elf/dragon man?
Well, the first thing I'm definitely thinking about. So what's interesting about this is that I was beginning to get worried that I was running low on weed, and
I've died. I've left the chat.
Because I've been smoking a lot lately, you know. Like, I was really worried.
Honestly, that is a valid concern.
You know what? I really hope that the biggest thing you guys face this session is the worry that you don't have enough weed.
Well, and
Just
then I
the
remembered
worry, not the actual experience of it.
Yeah, it's horrible. Like, you know, like you go in and it's like it's dry or it's whatever. But like what he but then he remembers that the thing that, like, he had this little bag that he has in his beard is a two-way bag, and that his brother, like, this is where why it all makes sense, is that he sees the two brothers and he remembers that his brother has been putting some of the family weed in the bag from the other side. And so he remembers, and he's like, oh yeah, my brother, this is great. Like, brothers are really good things for people. Most people should have one. So then he's like, feels a little more calm because he knows that, like, there's plenty of weed to go around. And then I think what he's really thinking about is, it is strange that this wizard is no longer there, this elven dragon wizard. And he starts to wonder, like, what possibly could have caused him to disappear. He understands, he's not the smartest guy, right? Like, but he understands that, like, there's been this crazy asteroid or whatever it was, this sort of alien rock, the boulder that fell, and he knows that it's bad, and he knows that it made all of our brains warp, but that's not unusual for Bamf. But like, he's really, really confused about why that would then make the wizard go away. But he's like, maybe, like, this thing doesn't just melt your mind, maybe it melts your body.
So wise.
Totally reasonable.
100%. This is why Banff has a high intelligence, ladies and gents.
Aether, I need you to give me a perception check.
That would be a 11.
Okay. As this is sort of happening, you see sort of the light that is sort of coming off of basically Boulder and Beans' embrace. As Boulder is seeing his brother once again, you see Banff just in a cloud of weed smoke, and just sort of like just witnessing it all. You see Onissa beginning to like pick themselves up. Morgan. Something is weird. Something is different about Morgan. Something you can't quite place it, but there's something off about their face. Looks different. I'll ask the question. Is Aether the kind of person who would, be kind of chummy with Morgan?
I think if he got to know everybody a little better, maybe. But at this point, he's trying to, he feels like the outsider trying to kind of, jump in. So he's he won't say too much. So he usually keeps himself reserved.
Okay. Morgan, I need you to give me a perception check.
Hold on, I gotta pop open my donut here.
Sentences I never thought I would hear.
17.
I want a donut now.
Donuts, courtesy of Dodeca Donuts. Check them out.
Sorry, you cut out.
Oh, 17.
What was there? 17. Okay. You witness this this brotherly love. You see the weed smoke. You see Onissa. You see, the fireplace that had moved, that led down into the dark depths beneath the tower, that led down to the meteor. You see, just for a brief second, the faintest sliver of black goo make its way just around the corner of the entrance and slither down into the dark.
Immediately upon seeing it, her left eye, which is currently red, blood red, like it goes sometimes when she's casting spells, it immediately glows very brightly. And then there's an expulsion of 3 blasts of energy that are black with threads of red mixed into them that are eldritch in nature, that go slamming into the wall where that thing had just peeked around the corner.
Okay, so did you just Eldritch Blast?
I did.
Okay. Give me an attack roll.
Okay.
Can we rest first?
No.
Absolutely we can't. Okay, first one is a 17, second one is a 26, third one is another 17.
All 3 hit. Roll for damage.
Okay.
I like to think that when the sparkly stuff was happening and now there's Eldritch Blast being thrown, that Onissa went over to Banff and sat down for the puff puff pass of it all. Just watching the light show and
I don't know. I feel like Banff is totally bogarting all of the weed.
No. Banff is all about sharing. He's got 500 pounds of weed in his beer.
so
I'm sorry, how much? What?
It's a bag of holding.
Oh my god. Banff
22 force damage.
22 force damage. Describe to me what it looks like as this thing is burnt to a crisp and dies.
The energy that came out of her eye was the normal kind of black necrotic that she normally sends out with her spells, but the threads, the lacing of bright red fiery energy in it, that's what this little sliver of black succumbs to as the red burns with a very powerful burst and just completely ashes this thing.
Okay.
Bamf actually, hold on. Bamf says, didn't that worm kind of look a little bit like the wizard?
Can I do something like reactionary at this?
In 1 second.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yep.
This thing, as it is burned away, it goes, "Ah!" And there's a scream that just pierces the air. I need everybody to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Links.
Oh, that's bad. I got a 4.
That is a nat 20, baby.
Get out of town, man.
I rolled really
and
terrible.
actually, I'm
17.
rolling. Thank you for who is it? Sorry, hold on. Fanroll. Thank you, Fanroll, for this amazing, amazing.
So
dice
nat
here.
20 for beans. Okay.
Anissa got a 7. Oh, wait, I have an Indomitable, which means I could re-roll it if I want.
You may do so.
How important of a roll?
Morgan.
I mean, that's a valid question.
17.
17. Okay.
11 for Bamf.
It got worse, so I just fail. It's fine. We don't need to talk about it.
Hold on.
We're retiring this die for tonight.
That's probably a good idea.
It's going away.
We're just gonna
And I
ask
will also be
Northwolf
opening
to
up my
roll
donut.
for everybody all the time.
Honestly,
Look, it's this dice is amazing. First and foremost, it's huge. I needed a nice big die because I'm getting old.
But see, you were rolling crazy on your other dice too. I think it's just you.
Honestly, I have no idea where the hell that dice is right now.
I have a big metal one, but every time I use it makes too much noise. It's not practical.
I
Ether,
have a few sets of dice, just a few.
what was the reaction that you wanted to use?
Well, it depends on what my 4 wisdom saving throw did to me.
That's worse than me. I at least got a 5.
Ether,
Mm-hmm.
what would it have been?
Originally, he was going to jump up after the first kind of eldritch blast and just pull back his bow, knocking an arrow, and the bow literally would have illuminated in these ruins, these dwarven ruins, and the tip of the arrow ignites in flame as he holds it towards it, and he looks curiously at this bow because it's his bow, but it's never reacted this way before. Now tell me what I've really won, Andy.
Ether, you do that.
Yeah.
You leap up. The runes on the bow just ignite in this brilliant color. You knock the arrow. And then you forget what the target was.
Oh no.
Oh, shit.
Which one of us are you shooting?
I need you to roll a d6 for me.
Oh no.
Okay, it's not us, because there's less.
That's a 4.
There's 5 of us, so it's fine.
Well, there's Hayes.
Shit. Okay, you're right.
You rolled a 4.
Yeah.
You immediately attack Bamf.
Oh no.
Ruin his
It's okay,
vibe?
people. It makes complete sense.
Oh my god.
That's illegal.
With this bow, I rolled a 19 for a total of 29.
Does that make your AC, Bamf?
Just.
Hey, if it makes it, it breaks it. Please roll for damage. Unless Bamf has anything that they're able to do to counteract it.
So nothing's going to happen. Something's going to happen as a reaction afterwards. So I'll tell you after we do the damage.
So the initial arrow piercing does 10 points of damage, and then the flame that has ignited this arrow is going to do 5 additional points of fire damage.
Got it. Okay.
I don't like that.
As that happens, all of a sudden, Bamf, the arrow hits him. And so what was it? How much fire damage?
It was 5 points.
And how much of the other damage?
10 piercing.
Okay, so I now have resistance to piercing damage. And I immediately teleport directly behind Aether.
Ooh.
As a reaction to his attack. I'm not really particularly concerned about it. I'm still smoking. But I'm now behind Aether.
Does the fire damage ignite any more in the beard?
Well, you burned away my joint, but that's sort of annoying.
Yeah, the joint is gone.
The joint is gone.
Aether, in this moment, you fire at Bamf, except it doesn't look like Bamf. What you see is a creature that is larger than Bamf actually is. And it looks like this.
Ugh.
Are you sending it in Discord? Oh,
Yep.
geez. That's a nightmare.
That was one of my favorite minis that I've ever painted.
Ugh.
You see this creature,
There's a
and it
resemblance.
immediately terrifies you. Not to the point where you're afraid. You are reacting in the moment because you see this thing, and you knock the arrow and you loose it. Bamf, you react exactly the way you said you did, and you teleport behind Aether, out of his sightline. Aether, from your perspective, suddenly this creature disappears and is gone. And all you hear is the sound of its breathing directly behind you.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Jesus Christ.
Onessa,
Mm-hmm.
you got a 7?
It was worse than that after the second roll, but yeah, we can go with 7.
Okay, we'll go with 7. On a 7, you... I need you to also roll a d6 for me.
Sure. We're going to use this one, please. I guess there isn't really a good answer. Oh, it's a 4. It is also a 4.
You see the exact same thing.
Weed.
The exact same thing that Aether saw. You see this thing in the exact same visage, but it is only larger. Probably more akin to your size, actually.
This is important. Did Bamf pass me the joint before or after he turned into this thing? Do I see this thing passing me a joint at some point?
That's hilarious.
No, that because that happened before before Morrigan.
Okay.
That happened before Morrigan blasted this thing as they watched it try to go into the darkness.
Okay, gotcha.
You immediately feel terror and rage at the sight of this creature. And it suddenly draws your focus. You feel incredible aggression towards this thing. How would you like to proceed?
I mean, I guess I'm gonna go into a rage and attack it.
Okay.
Look, I'm just following what he said. So I won't add anything to it. I'll just do the regular punchy punch. So that is going to be, is it 1d6 plus 5? And I get to do that twice. Okay. And we'll roll these for the hit. Okay, oh gosh. Okay, the first one is gonna be a 26. I know 27 to hit, and then the other one is only gonna be, the other one's probably not gonna hit. The other one's a 13 to hit.
Okay.
So
Do those make your AC?
26 and a 27.
Mm-hmm.
No. It was a 27 and then a
13.
A 13.
Yeah.
The 13 misses.
Okay.
Okay, so just
I do have a
give me-
21, but like, you know, if you just keep rolling over that, like there's not much I can do.
I only did one over that.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, I did roll a 6 on the d6 though, so that's gonna be 11 bludgeoning damage.
Wow.
As I punch you.
You don't have something that could do piercing damage, do you?
I
No,
do. I just don't use it.
Someone drank their pre-workout.
That's right.
I didn't use any of the fancy things.
All right, my friends, you know, it's like there's plenty of weed to go around. There's no reason to get so aggro.
So from Bamf's perspective, he handed me a joint, got attacked by Ether, and then I punched him in the face.
Well,
Just like
this is
when
the
I was hanging
thing.
out with my brothers.
That actually brings us to Bamf.
Oh.
Bamf,
Yeah.
you pass the joint. You see this crackle of energy. You don't see what they're shooting at, but you see this crackle of energy come off of Morrigan as they suddenly unleash something at or near the fireplace. There is a scream that rends the air, and suddenly you have the joint, and you're literally touching the fingertips of Onissa.
No.
Or at least you thought you were. Until you turn your head and see the visage of this nightmare creature
No.
Oh crap.
that is right next to you.
Well, so now I'm.
And
but
all
I'm
of a
behind,
sudden,
I'm behind Aether
all of
now.
a sudden, you see across the way,
Oh, got it.
sort of split second, you see suddenly this black energy suddenly pierce through the air, and there's another one directly across the space, and it is just hits you. And your first reaction is to move and teleport across the way behind this thing and try to get as much distance from Onissa. And unfortunately, Onissa closes the gap, and now you are behind Ether, and Onissa is punching you in the face. How do you react to the sudden sight of these dark, black creatures?
A really good question. Give me 1 second. I am. So we're all in this small room. I've got one of these creatures back to me in front of me and another one attacking me. Right?
Mm-hmm. Well, technically, they're both attacking you. Just one of them can't see
Right.
you anymore because they have their back to you.
I am going to cast Fog Cloud centered right where I am. So I'm in inside Fog Cloud, right? So we're now all three of us in Fog Cloud, and then
Okay.
I actually let me see if I can the order of events here. Hold on a second. I might be able to do this a little more. No, I have to use the action to do it. And then I'm going to teleport back over to where Hayes was, swapping spaces with Hayes. So Hayes is now in the fog with the two creatures, and I'm standing outside, sort of looking around going, what the hell just happened?
The fog cloud is released. Hayes switches places with you, and you are now outside the fog cloud looking in, and you suddenly see that everybody else in this space, everybody who is a part of this party, are these nightmare creatures that are all surrounding
that's
you.
wonderful. That's great.
Now moving on to Beans.
Oh, that's
Beans,
wonderful.
You see Morgan unleash this energy from centered around their eye. You hear the scream.
Mm-hmm.
The next thing you see is Ether unleash an arrow at Banff. Banff teleport behind them. Suddenly Onissa, after just barely not even getting a grip on the joint falls to the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems that Onissa, extremely pissed off that the joint is now ruined, has flown into a rage, charged across the space, and has started to pummel Banff, who in response releases a fog cloud and suddenly apparates, looking completely confused and afraid. What does Beans do as you see your companions behaving this way?
Look over to my brother.
Your brother is also... I wasn't sure if you were going to do the voice. Boulder, meanwhile, he's like, has his arms around your shoulders. He's looking directly into your eyes. Suddenly he turns and sees the exact same thing you just did. And he's perplexed, and he immediately, you go get Banff. You make sure he's okay. I'll go in. I'll try and find Ether and Morgan, you try to find Onissa. Because Morgan looks like she's behaving normally. And it's at that point that Boulder also notices that their eye is different. And there's a brief moment of pause as sort of that registers. And then he charges into the cloud.
Is there anything besides the weird everyone punching each other? Is there anything weird about this entire situation that I see with that? I did a wisdom saving throw, so it wasn't really perception. Is there anything that I could see? Well,
you succeeded your wisdom saving throw, and I will say, on a nat 20. And because you have the unique perspective of not only being flooded with this dragon energy, this draconic bloodline that has now fused itself to your being, but you also have witnessed this thing as you've done battle with it. And you see across the space golden eyes piercing the darkness from where the fireplace is, descending down. And you see white teeth that are glistening in the shadows. Like we're talking like a Joker smile kind of vibe. And it's sort of like
Cheshire almost?
Yeah, it's the Cheshire grin.
Mm-hmm.
And the eyes staring at you as they sort of blink into the darkness.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I think at this point, Beans is going to reach into his pocket, and Beans has had a special set of cards that he has carried along with him, and it's a memento that he's carried ever since Boulder and Beans have been kids, and it was given and passed down to Beans, and it's his father's playing cards. And his father's playing cards are now in his hands, And for whatever reason, every time he holds on to these things, his voice changes into what sounds like his father. So instead of the normal high-pitched beans that everyone is so used to, you hear, "Whew, I'm about to make a name for myself," and then just really starts getting into it, and it's just like, I really like some chicken right now. I don't know why I always say that every time I pick up these damn cards. So Dan, I'm gonna go ahead and just look at these nice little cards here and try to fling them out towards the staircase where the eyes and the grin were, just to see if there was anything in that direction, if I can.
Okay. First things first, I want you to give me a percentile die roll, because technically you can't see it anymore. It's disappeared.
Okay, then
But
never mind.
I want to see if you
that.
hit something. I want to see if you hit something.
Sure. Percentile, what is that? Is that like a D100?
So,
Yeah.
yep.
Okay.
I don't like the way you keep saying, I want to see if you hit something.
That's a 79, sir.
That's a 79? Okay, I
79.
will allow you to roll to attack. I will roll
Ooh.
to see if you, I'll see if you make or break its AC.
Sure. That is that's 21.
Okay. As this smile disappears into the darkness, you, without a second thought, you grab these cards and you feel the essence and the aspect of your father that resides within our daddy,
Yeah.
that resides
Daddy.
within the cards. And suddenly the voice comes out, and almost without looking, you release this card, and what color does the card glow?
Oh, it's totally like a pinkish purple. It's very much almost
know why I
kinetic
even
energy.
asked.
Very much purple, purple like kinetic energy is just engulfed into this card, and he flings that out, and it's just like, and then whatever it connects with.
As you fling it, you see the card go out into the dark, and it illuminates the space in the darkness. And you see this creature turn, and they grab the card out of the air, smile at you, and then the card explodes. And
All right.
I need you to roll for damage, please.
All right. I roll for damage.
I would like to point out, no, we have not rolled for initiative yet.
Okay. That was a guiding bolt, not just for mechanic purposes. That's what that is. It's guiding bolt. So I would cast that at a level 3 because I didn't know what I was hitting. So it'd be, where the hell is it? How many dice is it? That's 6 dice. So that is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's literally what it rolled with another 2. With another 2. So it's 5, 9. Okay, that's 10. That's 17 damage.
Okay. This thing grabs the card out of air, smiles at you in a horrible, chilling smile. And you very briefly see the card glow like even more brilliantly as it unleashes its power. And your dad's aspect impacts against this creature and burns away part of the inky smoke that is covering its body, and its eyes glow furiously as it rages against you, and it realizes that its prey, the thing that technically we all had entered its domain, its lair. And in this moment, it isn't so sure that it could win in a knockdown, full-on brawl with everybody here. And for the briefest of moment, Beans, you see fear on its face.
That's right,
as it
motherfucker.
screams as it feels the fire consume part of it. And then it flees into the darkness.
Why you running? Why you running? Hey, Morgan, we need to go grab them things. So like we do over in the, we got to grab them chickens. I'm just saying, we got to make sure that we make them. Morgan.
What the fuck
Morgan,
are you talking about?
You see you as you're about to actually I'm going to ask you what you were about to do, because Boulder told you to grab Onissa. And were you about to do that, or were you going to do something else?
So I saw Onissa just like slam Bamf, right?
Oh, full on decked him.
Yeah, I don't want that smoke. She probably would very confusedly look at Beans and this new persona that has come out and just kind of glance over him. But her main focus is going to be on the 3 people who have started fighting amongst themselves. And she's going to kind of look at them. And let me ask you this. So I can't see them, but bless doesn't require sight as long as it's 3 creatures within my range.
Mm-hmm.
Could I still bless all 3 of them, even though 2 of them are
Absolutely.
in? Okay.
Yeah.
So she throws out a bless on them so that they have hope.
So we can hit each other better.
Also, so you can
order
roll
our attack
saving throws
I know.
better. That's her main focus. But she throws it out, and she's going to kind of yell at the room. What the fuck are you all doing? We have bigger problems. And she gestures towards the stairs.
I will say I'm not trying to harsh your vibe. And maybe we just answered this. You don't have to see, or you do have to see.
I don't
You
have
do
to
not
see. It reads, you bless up to 3 creatures of your choice within range.
So you just have to think about it. That's great, because currently Onissa and Ether are stuck in a fog cloud.
Yeah, that's
with
why I
haze.
wanted to double check.
You feel the bless, guys. You feel blessed right now.
Hashtag.
blessed.
Hashtag blessed. Hashtag not a nightmare creature.
Wait, let me take notes
Okay,
to put this.
we can't actually say not a nightmare creature about Morgan.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
I mean, depends on your definition of nightmare creature.
I kinda
As
feel like they've all been hot boxed.
as the
It's bound to happen at
bless
some point.
extends from you, I will say that whatever spell was causing the friends of yours to suddenly attack each other or see something, it is gone.
Oh, I was ready to really throw down.
Suddenly, Onissa, you see that you have Haze by the collar as you're about to like punch the shit out of him. As the fog cloud does it start to dissipate actually?
Well, no, because I haven't seen that they've changed. So, like, and I can't see them, and they can't see me. I still think the creatures are in there.
Okay, so
suspect.
actually, in terms of order, Bamf, you suddenly no longer feel threatened by what's in the fog
and
cloud.
I suppose I would notice that Morgan and Beans don't look like the creatures anymore. Because I was seeing them as creatures too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If I see all of a sudden see them dissipate, revert to form. Maybe is the best way to put it. I'll be like, I'll start to piece together what's going on. That definitely smoked some bad weed. That's okay. That happens. So I will let the fog cloud drop.
Okay. The fog cloud drops. Anissa, you see basically what I started to describe. You see Hayes, like you're about to pummel his face in. Meanwhile, Ether, also, you see the fog cloud dissipate, and Bamf is no longer a nightmare creature. And you also see that Onissa now is about to pummel Hayes, but then stops all of a sudden.
Is this another fucking nightmare?
There was thing in the stairs. He screamed and you all went fucking crazy.
That explains this, and I point to the arrow sticking out of my shoulder.
Oh, that's not good.
I would like to walk over and pull the arrow out of his shoulder and put it back into the
You're supposed to leave it in! You're supposed to leave it in!
Ow! You push it through, right? I don't know.
Yeah, you push it through. You don't break
it, and then you push it
Here's
through.
what I'll do. I'll pull it out and then put my hand and cast Cure Wounds on it.
I'm gonna rip it out excruciatingly painful, and then I'm gonna do it. And I'm gonna
just smash them in there.
Little medical advice for anyone watching: don't pull something out if you're stabbed or shot.
Unless you have magic.
Facts.
Unless you have magic.
Hashtag blessed.
Hashtag don't eat beans.
Listen, if you didn't want me to eat beans, you shouldn't have named him after a food.
That's true. That is on you.
I'm just a little bean.
Little bean.
Boulder, in this moment, as the fog cloud has dissipated and he has seen Beans pull out the deck of cards and suddenly fling it, and he hears his dad's voice and he turns and sees Beans. He's like, and then he sees the fog cloud dissipate and he sees the rest of everyone just start to just chill. It's like, what the fuck was all that?
There was shadow monster. I punched a shadow monster. Did no one else see
you punched
this?
me.
What?
You punched Bamf.
No, I punched it.
No, like really hard. You just clocked him.
I mean,
Bamf, that was bad weed.
I'm
no
sorry.
more weed for the day.
I saw the monster
no,
and
I
I
got rid of
didn't
that weed.
smoke the weed.
What if what if all of the weed is contaminated? Wait, what? There's a monster? What?
I saw
Morgan,
the monster.
did you see something?
I didn't see it, but the Beans, he threw card at it in the stairwell.
He
Beans.
threw a what?
Card? This...
Beans, why were you using Dad's dick?
Let me tell you about something now. Dad's dick, all right, is very nice. I'm just gonna say, all right.
Boys, it's getting a hard M on this one.
Wait, what the fuck?
We have very tiny minds in this chat, okay?
Andy, it sounded like you said Dad's.
Dad's, yeah.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Words just sound similar. That's all. So.
Oh Jesus!
I'm sorry. Did you just?
I thought you all were laughing at Beans' voice. Did not realize that we were all third graders.
That's literally what I was trying to say.
It was all of us. Unified.
Oh my God. I want to say something right now, but it will definitely get that hard M, so I'm not going to.
All right, so Dad's deck is in my hands. I've always really enjoyed these playing cards now. Boulder, I saw something with a grin over there by the stairs, and I went ahead and shot it, and it went kaboom. Now, Morgan, I started looking for you and I couldn't find you for a quick second. By the way, did you always have that thing?
You look at Morgan, and she has just a tiny trickle of red coming out of her beak. And she's like, what thing?
The thing with the eye now.
What? And
Do I notice the difference yet or no?
It's actually, thank you, Beans, for drawing attention to it, because now everybody is looking at Morgan.
Morgan goes into her bag and she pulls out a mirror and she looks in it. What?
Wait, you look in the mirror?
I look in the mirror.
Ooh.
I've looked in the mirror a lot.
I'll ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Is there an activation
No, like just
for this mirror?
You look in the mirror.
Or it just, you look in the mirror?
You look in the mirror.
That seems like a poorly constructed magic item. What it does. Okay, Morgan, you look at the magic item, the mirror that you have on your person, and very briefly, you see your face the way it is, and you see the eye colors difference. And you realize something is off. Something is... You feel... You're able to suddenly put more information together in this moment. And you realize that whatever was affecting you when Beans was warring with this creature that was influencing you, you may have unwittingly said something or did something that a certain god was waiting for you to do.
Oof.
And I will ask you this because it is bordering on a is this consent, is this not consent kind of thing. Is this something that you agreed to?
Yes.
Or is this something that you were tricked into doing?
She made the deal when she was talking to the thing in the dream.
Okay.
She consented.
Okay.
I don't like this no more.
The very next
game is no
the
fun.
very next thing that you see, Morgan, is in the mirror. You see yourself. Your feathers are tattered and burnt.
Ooh.
You see that your beak is broken. You see blood leaking from your eyes and your mouth as a dark claw touches your forehead. And you disappear into ash. And then that scene disappears. And your face is once more seen within the mirror.
Whoa. I was like, did we all just witness her die?
Nobody
witnessed
else
me
sees
die.
this. Nobody else sees this. Morgan is the only person who sees this.
Right.
Can we see if she's visually, or they are visually shaken with an insight check? Okay.
Morgan appears as she always does. She doesn't have any sort of reaction to what she saw other than she cocks her head to the side and just watches it play out intently. And then when it's over, she puts the mirror away.
What the fuck is happening? Morgan has a weird eye. Beans is possessed by something.
I'm not possessed. This is just the
What
way
is
that I
that?
talk now.
Boulder looks at Anissa and is just like, don't worry, it's not really. You see, we grew up. My dad, he had this deck of cards, and he was, it's the Feywild, so he put part of himself into the deck, and he gave the deck to us, and I thought Beans should have it, and so he has the deck now, and the thing is, whenever he touches it, suddenly my dad's voice just comes out of him, which is actually something that I'm totally fine with. It's honestly nice to hear my dad's voice from every now and then.
That's right. Everybody likes a little bit of my voice now. It's not as high pitch as it was before. If you like, you can go ahead and hold on to this deck, and I'll go ahead and go back to the way that I was. I mean, if you really miss that voice.
No, it's fine.
He puts the deck right back in.
It's fine. We're good. Vanessa picks up the deck and forces it into Beans' chest.
At that, Vamp actually puts out the joint and puts it away.
I would like to take the joint and begin to smoke it before you put it away.
I have a very important question for Beans and Boulder.
Oh?
Was your dad hot?
I mean, it all depends on what your definition of hot is. It is a temperature, right? So, sometimes it is hot outside. Okay.
Beans, she's asking, was our father attractive, conventionally?
Oh, right. I don't know.
Boulder takes he has a knapsack, and he takes this small, little tiny painted portrait that he painted. And it is a family portrait of Boulder Beans with their mom and dad, all fairies. And Beans and Boulder's mom is this incredibly gorgeous creature of the Fae, and is truly you see elements suddenly of Beans in her visage, because Beans is also he's a good looking guy. Boulder, you see in his dad, or you see
in their dad,
his dad in Boulder, and you see that there is sort of more rugged, handsome quality to it, but not necessarily hot. Just he's more rugged. That's it. But Boulder definitely got, the good portions of his dad and his mom. So.
I got mom's qualities. It's all right. I know. I have the amazing features of my mama.
Keep using the deck.
I'm very curious about Morgan. Morgan, what do you find attractive? Other owls?
I have never found anything attractive before today. Today has been a long, strange day.
You see Beans just playing with cards in his hand.
Boulder puts the portrait. Boulder puts the portrait, kind of confused, back in his knapsack. He sort of you see Boulder sort of take and survey the space. He notices that the elf is gone. The one that has been asleep for a minute. And Beans, actually everyone did. Mm-hmm. What happened to the elf who was here?
I think Onissa just realizes that the elf is gone now. It's just I don't know what the fuck is going on.
I'm pretty sure, dudes, that the scary owl lady Morgan, she blasted him. He was really small and kind of worm shaped, and he was going that way. and she blasts.
That doesn't sound like the elf.
I'm going to walk past Bamf, hand him back the joint, and say, "Here you go." And I'm going to go towards where the elf man was and use survival to see if there's any evidence of him moving or anything like that.
Okay. Yeah, give me a survival check.
That's a 17.
17. Normally, your tracking abilities, Ether, they are normally for physical things. Things that are in the environment. There is on the floor the faintest crystal dust that was sort of the almost the imprint of where the elf was lying down. Kind of like a Law and Order murder scene where they have like the tracing where the body is.
Enhance.
Yeah, it's the Law and Order joke. And there is that faintest silver tracing on the floor in the shape of where that elf's body was. And there is also a faint silver tracing, not of the body itself, but where Beans was sitting.
Out of curiosity, does Beans look any different?
Beans?
If you were to look at Beans and really pay attention to him, you're going to start...
You're hot. Like, of course, we're always looking at Beans.
I was just saying. If you really... I think in this instinct, you really have to pay attention to Beans because he's normally glowing and he normally has a shimmer to him. But with the exception of when he got hurt. So his skin is starting to heal. And you would not see it at first glance, but there would be some scales that would come across his face and they would shimmer in the light. So if you catch it just right, you could start seeing some of the scales coming through his cheekbones. So you would see some kind of like scaled features on his forehead as well, starting to portray. When you look at his hands, they would have scalings up to his wrist. But again, only if you were to catch it in certain lights. At first, doesn't really look like there's anything different about Beans. But since you look at him in a certain way and or a certain light, then you start to see some of the scales of a dragon. And I don't think Beans himself has noticed it yet. So like, he would just think he looks like beat up like before. But above table, that's what you would see. Something from the outside, he would look a little bit more shiny. And very similar to the scales of the crystal dragon that we fought in the first episode.
Morgan hands Beans a mirror.
Is it your mirror? Do I do anything with it? Okay. Why do you give me this?
You have glitter on your face.
Glitter?
Like in your skin.
I know, I'm shiny.
No, like new glitter.
New glitter?
New glitter.
And he'll just like raise the mirror. He'll kind of move his face a little bit to the left and to the right. Still doesn't see it. Is there any light in here that he could shine to his face?
There is definitely light that comes from the windows that enter the space.
Are we close to a window then? Yeah. All right. I think as he like kind of tilts the mirror, the light bounces off the mirror and onto his face. So like he's just like, he looks at it and then he just sees it and he yells because he doesn't know what's on his face. So he's like, ah! And he drops the mirror because he has no idea what's on his face. So he's a little kind of scared at this point. And it's not a high-pitched scream either.
Beans, you very briefly look at yourself and you see your reflection and you see sort of the transformation that your face and parts of your hands has undergone. And then that image disappears.
Ah!
And you let it fall to the floor. And you don't see anything more.
Oh, good. I think at this point you would see a freaked out Beans and kind of just look at Morgan and everyone else and be like, do I look different? I mean, I look a little bit different from before, but I really look different now. And now I got something on my face, and he'll kind of just like stretch out his neck and his face and be like, do I look different?
Boulder looks at you as he gets closer and notices that his brother's face definitely looks different. His hands different. You have scales.
I got scales. Oh, I got scales. And they're multiplying.
Eric?
Am I losing control?
Quick question.
Yep.
What time for break?
Usually about 2 hours-ish.
I'm bad at math and time.
It's about 30 minutes from now.
Yep, you about
30 minutes from now. Good. Thank you. Second question for Ether. Ether, you see these changes. You see where Beans was sitting. You see where the elven body was lying. There is definitely a connection between the elven wizard's disappearance and Bean's physical transformation.
Okay. So what Ether would like to do is I'm going to go over and pick up the mirror that was dropped. I'll take it over to Morgan, and I will kind of lean close and tell Morgan what I've discovered, passing all the information. Like, I believe our wizard dragon friend may have left some sort of essence to, for, in something are, and I kind of just look over at the new shiny improved beans, and I hand you your mirror back.
She takes it back.
You pick up the mirror.
Yep.
Okay.
What the fuck
Ether.
is up with the mirror?
Okay.
You pick up the mirror. And for the briefest moment, you see the world reflected, and it sort of like catches your face ever so briefly as you pick it up, and you're about to pass it back to Morgan. And then suddenly something, the reflection changes in the mirror. It's not right. You see a dusty room with a rocking chair. Somebody sitting in the rocking chair. And you see yourself. Gray, white beard. Eyes dim. You hear the sound of belabored breathing that's halting and growing slower and slower. And then you hear a rattle. And nothing. You realize you just watched yourself, an old version of yourself, pass away before your eyes.
Alone.
And then suddenly, the mirror changes back to your reflection again. And you see the younger face, determined face of Aether Frostbeard.
Okay. That definitely rattles him a little bit. Yep, so he will pass along the information, but the tone of the information being passed is definitely one who's a little shaken and definitely pushes the mirror aggressively. Not like to, but enough to force it into your hands, like, get this out of mine.
Takes it back.
Morgan, do you notice anything different about Aether in this moment?
Don't worry. It probably won't happen.
Why the fuck did that just make it worse? How does that make it worse?
Because I'm gonna be the creepy ass bitch.
Because let's think about that. You die of old age.
That's exactly where
in
I
a
was
rocking chair. How is that? How is that what they said? How did it just make it worse? Oh man. Okay.
I approve. Let's go.
All right. I feel like
you. Oh, go ahead.
I feel like a lot of us are really messed up right now. Do we need to have like family meeting?
Boulder looks down at himself, covered in bruises, cuts, and blood just pouring from wounds. Thankfully, some of them have healed thanks to Beans, but he is still looking rough right now. And he also sees this... wait, who pulled the arrow out of Banff? Aether pulls... He sees this arrow
ranger
getting
who should
pulled
know
out of
better
Banff. He
did.
sees this wound that is still bleeding coming from...
No,
coming from
I cast Cure
and then he...
Wounds.
Oh, yes.
6
then you cast
points,
Cure
by
Wounds.
the way. 6 points.
Yeah,
Sorry.
6 points. Just 6 points. Boulder sort of looks around at the rest of the group. I think that would be a good idea. Do we want to do it here, though? Maybe we should close the fireplace. That's weird. Close the fireplace.
How do we close the I forgot how we
I
opened
moved it.
Okay. I think Onessa's already starting to push it back.
Okay. Yeah. You it takes a second, but you just very gradually just as you've closed off the passageway to the tunnels below.
Did we ever see a kitchen or a pantry in this place?
I don't know.
I will ask Eric. Did we see a kitchen or a pantry in this place?
Not on this floor. No.
Not on this floor.
Nope.
I believe that this, technically, this tower does go up, but
Yep.
it also, didn't it go down as well, or this was the bottom floor?
This was like the bottom floor, and then there was the creepy undercroft, I guess you would say, of where the
Behind the
meteorite-
fireplace?
Yep. I would say, because I'm pretty sure the very first episode, everybody kind of explored the various floors.
We did,
You
yeah.
probably would have seen something second, third floors where kind of the primary room or primary suite would be. Yeah, small little.
Is gonna go look to wherever the food was to try and find milk or cheese, and the reasoning for this is because when you get bad mushrooms and you're too high, you have to eat dairy to come down from it. So she is seeing everyone flip the fuck out. And it's like, we need some fucking milk and cheese. It's gonna go look for dairy.
Oh, wow. It takes you
Just for everyone's
a
knowledge
little
at
bit of
home.
time. to find the floor with all the dairy.
Great.
You do find it.
Hope no one's lactose intolerant.
You do find the floor. You do find there is a. It's not large. It's not. It doesn't. But it is stocked. But there is a small kitchen that is sort of separate off of one of the main bedrooms.
Oh.
Where it looks like there was a meal that was about to be eaten. It had just been prepared and it was about to be eaten. It was potentially this elf's last meal before being taken. And you see there's like it's basically a Dungeons and Dragons BLT.
Great.
That was, you know, it looks like half of
As
it
you
is
will.
like fully
A DLT.
Yeah.
a dragon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich.
Absolutely.
A
He's a
McD&D.
cannibal. It's a cannibal. It's fine.
Yeah, it's worse realizing he's a dragon.
I am very tasty.
Oh my god.
Note to self.
Clip it.
Make sure hard M.
You see that there are there's various ingredients that you could use to make a reasonable, tasty dinner. Boulder sort of has followed you into the kitchen, and he just sort of looks around, and then he sort of like uses his wings to get up to some of the cabinets, and he's just sort of perusing. Looks over at Anissa. Is it just me, or should we perhaps maybe hole up in here?
This is definitely
Maybe
the
make
least
some food.
least fucked up place in the castle. So yes. Grab
I'll
all
go
the
tell the
bread and
others.
cheese and milk you can find. Everyone needs to calm the fuck down.
Give me an investigation check, Anissa.
Okay. Let me tell you, it's probably not going to be good. What's our investigation? Yeah, that's a 0. So we're gonna. That would be a 15.
15. On a 15, you see, as you sort of go through the process of investigating, there is a fire, like a constructed fire pit where somebody would hang like a side of beef on, or, you know, any kind of meat. There are definitely, you know, pots and pans that are suspended over the fire where you could make a very nice soup. There are fully stocked cabinets, larders. There's a pantry. Still not a large kitchen, but it is a kitchen that is fully functional.
Cool. I'm making
There
everyone
is-
grilled cheese sandwiches and then tomato soup. That's what we're all
Love it. Love it. You get some, there's some like really nice fully ripe tomatoes. There's some like also you know, the teardrop tomatoes that are just like these tiny ones. They're kind of like grape tomatoes. You get into all of this into a very nice cream. You make and then you like blend it all together, and
I'm
you
hungry.
like put it all into this giant cauldron, and you make a very, very large cauldron of tomato soup. And then you find some butter, and you like grease up a pan, and you get this really nice thick like bread that, you know, you just squeeze it gently, and you can hear this very pleasant crackle that it makes as you just sort of like, you know, you crush the crust of it. And then you just slice it up into these really nice, very thick slices, and you coat the bread with butter, and then you just put it in there, and you find like 4 different wheels of cheese, and you cut it all up into these like really nice thick slices, and then you have an even better idea, and you're just like, I'm gonna grate all this cheese together, and you're gonna put it all into like these compressed patties almost, and you're gonna put them on the bread, and suddenly the kitchen just begins to smell of all of this food that you're creating. And I would like you to give me a performance check.
Oh Christ. Okay.
Don't burn the sandwiches.
Guys,
I just described all of this.
I have a -1.
You just made all of us
roll that.
and all of our
Roll it
viewers
for me.
so hungry.
Yeah.
I'm not really hungry.
Do I have? Wait, I'm looking to see if I have anything that could help me, and I'm pretty sure I don't. But
Can
I
I
could.
have casted guidance before she left?
I was
You know?
gonna
Well,
say,
actually, technically,
do
you still have
funnier
bless?
to not.
oh yeah, I have
Oh.
#bless.
It lasts for a minute.
Okay, so I can
So
have
I
it.
This is the
know.
longest minute ever.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just really
Truth.
quick at making food. Okay, so that is 11 plus 4 minus 1. So just 11 plus 3, so 14.
Okay. Yeah. You put all of this together. It is an extremely hearty Goliath comfort food meal.
Sure.
And as everyone, I'm assuming everybody is sort of coming up the stairs towards where Boulder is sort of directing everyone, saying, "Hey, we're all going to congregate and sort of hole up in the kitchen off of that main bedroom there. Let's go." Onissa's cooking something. I'm sure it'll be good. And as you're coming up the stairs, the smell hits your nostrils, and everybody is suddenly like salivating, except for Morgan.
Because she's lactose intolerant, is that why?
Well, it's more it's more like does Morgan
It's
go out
not
for
a
like cheese?
mouse. No, probably not. Like,
Birds love
Oh my
bread.
god, this is the best.
Birds
birds
drink
are
so
not
much
supposed
bread.
to eat bread. The
But they
bread
love
is
it.
very bad for birds.
I love it.
I love how Onissa also kind of unintentionally created like the best high food
That's
ever.
what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Banff
yeah.
is definitely like, this is the best grilled cheese sandwich I've ever had in my life.
You get these very thick grilled cheese sandwiches that are just like perfectly brown and golden on the top. The cheese is sort of just ooey gooey, melty in the center, sort of like peeking out over the side of the bread. You cut everybody's sandwich in half so you can just sort of peel the
In
cheese. Just sort of
triangles.
peels.
Everybody gets triangles.
Oh,
I think Banff actually probably takes 2 or 3 of the sandwiches and puts them in his beard pouch.
And your brother across the space suddenly gets a grilled cheese sandwich and is just like, well, I was high already. This sounds great. You cut all of these sandwiches into these little these nice triangles, and you hand out the plates with the sandwiches on them, and then you pass out bowls of this amazing tomato soup, and everybody eats.
Well, I was going to mention that I think something of note. Beans is exhausted from everything he's done before, so I think as he's about to like munch down on his first bite, he just passes out right on the table.
Boulder sort of grabs him just a little bit and just sort of leans him up against him as he like chows down on his sandwich.
Just passed out. All you hear is the snoring come from Beans.
So, if it's possible, I'd like to make note that Ether's probably going to take his and sit like right by the entry door, like where we entered into, and just kind of sit there.
Okay. You all spend the next 30 minutes, 45 minutes enjoying an incredible
Sleep.
home cooked meal, except for Beans, who has just expired from exhaustion. This food is hitting in all the right places. It is giving like the best comfort food that anybody has ever tasted in the history of ever. Onissa, this is chef's kiss, like hats off. It is really good. Considering that, you've been away from home for a minute. And, this is kind of the recipe that your mom made for you when you were growing up, and you decide to share it with your friends. And you feel like she would actually be really proud of the grilled cheese sandwich that you've become. And so
The grilled cheese sandwich that you've become.
I appreciate that we've made it canon now that like stone giants eat high food. Like that is their home comfort food.
I mean, what else are they eating? Grilled cheese and tomato soup all the way. And Bamf, you take Ether, you take a position by the door.
Mm-hmm.
Where is everyone else? So just to paint a picture, there is the kitchen with a reinforced wooden door with sort of iron hinges and a bar that sort of is lowered. You can sort of like one of those hinged bars that go over the door. And then there is another sort of like sliding barn door almost that goes into the main bedroom. In the main bedroom, everything is this incredibly ornate, well-crafted wood, just sort of elven construction. It is, there's a 4-post bed. There is a vanity. There is along one wall, there is a series of bookshelves that have various tomes sort of laid out. This, from what you can gather, Ether, this, just because in your character, they definitely sort of like case a room as they enter it. This elf probably lived a very satisfying but lonely existence in this tower. And whatever befell them, it looks like they weren't anticipating it. Looks like it took them completely by surprise. Where is Morrigan in this space?
Morgan, is this the room where Boulder kind of put flowers and stuff in the bed for Onissa, or was that a different room?
Yes, it is actually.
Okay.
Yes.
So Morgan is in the canopy, like bedded down in the flowers that you had created.
Wow.
And she is watching most of you just eat, and then she's staring at Beans as he's sleeping.
I just need to go into my accent and then she won't eat me.
That's it. Stay there, man.
Onissa, the dinner being prepared and enjoyed, how do you sort of end the evening for you?
You're muted.
Dang it, thank you. She made this meal for everybody because we were all like freaking out and she assumed we were all tripping balls and stuff. So after like making the sandwiches and handing out the sandwiches and the soup, she's gonna go get like blankets and pillows, and as soon as people are like done eating, she's like throwing that stuff on everyone, being like, go to sleep. Go, like just taking care of a bunch of drunk people at a party basically, but she doesn't have like a lot of motherly instincts, so she's like doing it very roughly.
Mom. Onissa is rave mom confirmed.
like aggressively telling people to go to sleep after they're done eating.
Bamf?
Well, Banth, after finishing his 12th sandwich,
Sure.
willingly accepts the blanket, but you notice that he's got a couple more with him, and he sort of pulls the blanket over his head, and you hear munch, munch, munch. He's still eating. He's still eating sandwiches under the covers.
Totally fair.
He's like,
Totally fair.
And then at some point, he sort of reaches his hand out and is like you can sort of tell he's like asking for more sandwiches with his hand.
He takes a 13th sandwich.
And then he comes back in.
Excellent. Ether, you take up your position by the door. Are you locking the door?
Yes.
I don't like that question.
Yes, but how can the door be locked? Do you have to be on the inside to lock said door?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I'm just going to close it because I'm going to be just outside the door. So
You're on the outside of the door.
Yeah, like right against where the door would close, but close.
I'm
the
sure
door
it'll be
behind.
fine.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. After you have finished doling out blankets and pillows to everyone, and after you have nudged the 13th sandwich on the counter over to where Bamp's hand is sort of like scrambling, trying to find it, you sort of just push it into his reach, and he just brings it down. What does Onissa do as she sort of has helped give comfort and sustenance to everyone?
She's gonna go curl up on the bed in all the flowers that were put there, and is gonna like get very comfortable, and she's also gonna go to sleep. But everyone else she like had on the floor, and she's like on the big bed.
Everyone except Morgan, who's in the
who's like
and
above.
Ether, who has taken a blanket but is outside the kitchen. Is sort of like hold up there. Boulder, very gently, picks up his brother.
Oh my God, North.
and picks him up and brings him and like puts together like this a blanket and pillow bed, and just lays his brother down gently on it. And then he's gonna go back into the kitchen, and he's gonna clean up the remains of the food preparation and all of the plates, and he's just gonna wash plates and pots and pans. He's gonna put everything back where it's supposed to be, all the foodstuffs. And then he is going to post up on the inside of the door. Basically directly opposite Ether. And that is where we're going to take a break.
Good. Now I
Great.
can go make a
I'm
grilled
about
cheese.
to go make a grilled cheese sandwich right fucking now.
Y'all.
You all, fully sated and experiencing comfort. Ether, Onissa very briefly just sort of opens the door and just sort of like tosses you a pillow and a blanket. And you sort of like are all just, mildly comfortable outside the door. Boulder has his blanket and pillow. Beans is in like a blanket and pillow fort that Boulder has made for him.
That's cute.
Bamf, you are under a blanket eating the 13th grilled cheese sandwich.
It's a pillow of
14th,
grilled cheese
14th.
sandwiches. At this point,
The
it's a
14th.
pillow. Yeah, it's a pillow
Yeah.
of grilled cheese sandwiches.
Because he found the 13.
Morgan, you are perched up on top of the canopy of the four-poster bed, sort of surrounded by the druidic flowers that Boulder first placed there when Onissa was sleeping the previous day. All of you fall asleep, and I will say Ether, give me a perception check.
11.
Okay. Ether, what does your sister look like? Or what did she look like?
I think at this point he's like, he remembers her, but he's starting to become a little afraid that he keeps forgetting her. So every time it's a little bit less of what it truly was or what she really looked like, if that makes sense. The best, she is probably average height for a dwarf. She has kind of really rosy cheeks with little freckles kind of painted and sprayed on top there. Really curly, kind of orangish red hair. Very kind of thick, arched brows. Just kind of like very aggressively, like she can hold her own in a fight, but she still has like very subtle touch of like soft, like feminist features. Does that make sense? Like maybe the nails are painted, but she can take down the best of them in an arm wrestling match. So it's like she kind of holds on to that kind of side of her, but she doesn't back down from a fight.
Got it. Bamf. How does the last grilled cheese sandwich taste?
Yeah, exactly. It's less now about the grilled cheese sandwich, and Bamf sort of wakes up, a little bit of grease in his hair, a little bit of just dry mouth, but he like goes to like stroke his beard and check on his stash, and it gets a little worried, like at first, because he's like afraid, like maybe he's bleeding, but he realized that it's just the tomato soup, and it's just like all over his beard. So I think he like looks down and like his armor's feeling a little tight right now, because he ate so many grilled cheese sandwiches. I think that's about it. Like he's just feeling really full and maybe a little slow, and he has a bruise on his cheek from where Onissa punched him. And he's but at the same time he forgives her, because those giant grilled cheese sandwiches reminded him of home.
Onissa,
Yee.
what did your mother look like?
You broke up for a second. What did you say?
What did your mother look like?
Ooh. So technically, Onissa was raised by stone giants. Do you mean her Goliath or frost giant mom, or do you mean her stone giant mom?
That's what I mean. Yes, the latter.
Okay. Then her stone giant parents kind of look like, her mom has long gray hair that is like kind of matted, but she wears like very girly clothes, so she has like a bright yellow sundress on for a giant. And then she has very bright green eyes and kind of this pale gray skin tone that looks like stone. And she is the very like cheerful one of the two. I think the dad's like kind of grumpy, but the mom's like very like overly happy all the time.
Okay. Onissa, you, in sort of a state of half consciousness, almost like you're coming out of like a deep REM sleep. You hear the yells, almost the war cry of your stone giant mother. Almost as if they're outside the tower. Or they're coming from some other place. What do you do?
Is this in the middle of the night, or are we like, or am I?
Yeah,
like, fully
it appears
rested
that it's
and
still
waking up?
nighttime, yeah.
Okay. I think she would kind of look around at first to see if anyone else heard it or is waking up, and then if no one else did, she's gonna like get up and try and like move out of the room without waking everybody else up.
You look around. The sort of the pale glow of moonlight coming through the window sort of illuminates the space around you. It seems very barren, this space now. Narrow. And you see the little blanket fort with beans in it. You see sort of the canopy of the four-post bed shift as Morgan sort of like turns in their sleep. You see Boulder sort of snoring contentedly by the door, sort of with the blanket wrapped around him. In the center of the room, right between the area where the kitchen becomes the bedroom, you see a form covered by a blanket. And you very quickly realize that it's Bamf.
You said
Gotcha.
that's so creepy.
And you realize that's weird, but it's Bamf. But you still hear the sound of some kind of battle happening outside.
Is there a window in here?
There is a window in here.
I'm gonna go to the window and like stick my head out and see if I see anything.
Okay. You actually see your mother. I'll ask the question.
What?
What would the main enemy of your family, of your found family, be?
Ironically enough, my real family, so frost giants.
You see your mother doing battle with two frost giants, and she looks up at the window and... Oh, boy. in a loud, exuberant, but sort of almost weirdly cheerful voice, she says, "Come on down, daughter. Come, fight with me. We can take them." And she has this massive war club that she is like bashing one of the ice giants in the stomach, or frost giants in the stomach, and it heals over and like coughs up blood onto the ground around them.
Okay. Fuck. I guess I'm jumping out of this fucking window. How high up are we?
So how high up are we?
We're like 3
Eric?
stories up, right?
Yeah, we're about 3 stories up. How many feet are 3 stories?
10 feet, 10 feet a
What's
story.
math?
30 feet.
Probably closer to 12 in a tower like that.
It's
there you-
between
there you
30
go.
and
Fair.
42 feet.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna rage. And then I want to try and, like, parkour down this tower to get to my
Give
mama.
me, you can choose either to give me an athletics check or an acrobatics check.
Okay, hold on. I think there's a way for me to get advantage on athletics. So let me...
If you're raging, you'll have advantage
I will,
on
right?
athletics.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. There's a lot of things on this character sheet right now for someone who's never played a barbarian or a fighter.
Also,
Was
just-
that window glass? Just curious.
I assumed I had opened it, but
Yes.
unless
Yeah,
okay.
it opened. There's like it has like 2 hinges and they open out.
I don't know
Out
why,
of-
but I imagined her going like.
Out of curiosity, if someone said, had like a 15 passive perception, would they realize that their friend is yeeting themselves out of a 3rd floor window?
Yeah.
Or-
That's a good question.
We'll get to that.
So that's 8 plus 13, so a dirty 20
Okay. You
to yeet out the window.
you open the window and you immediately like clamber out onto like the ledge and you jump down, but not with like a ton of clearance, and you like using your hardened magical knuckle weapons that you have. You just sort of scrape down the side of this tower, bringing yourself down to the very bottom. You impact on the
Drawing
ground,
that.
not taking any damage, and you immediately turn back around and you're about to charge into battle with your mom,
Mhm. As you do.
and there's no one there.
Well, fuck.
Wonderful.
Ether, you are standing guard, sitting guard, vigilantly. Tell me what you got in your perception. Was it a 11?
11. Yeah.
Okay. On an 11, you start the evening off very hyper aware of your environment. And whether it's the feeling of a full stomach full of the best grilled cheese you've ever tasted in your amazing dwarf life,
Hell yeah.
you and like the it's swirling together with the taste of this incredible tomato soup that is, really just, you feel #blessed in this moment. And you very slowly begin to nod off. And you suddenly sort of catch yourself. You open your eyes and sort of like look around. No, everything's the way it should be. And you just feel like, oh, maybe I'll just take another. And you bring yourself back up. With their hands on your knees, looking into your eyes, is your sister, and she smacks you across the face.
Oh, okay.
You take 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
2 points of sister damage.
2 points of sister damage. I feel that. She yells at you. Ah! I caught you! Sleeping on watch! Again! I'm gonna tell Dad.
I wasn't sleeping. I was resting my eyes. There's a difference. I heard everything.
Saw you.
You
You were nodding off.
No, was not nodding off. It was a trick, and I've trapped you.
It looks like she suddenly like considers her position.
I got you to reveal your position. Ha ha ha!
And she's like very confused. So you were pretending to be asleep this entire time?
This entire time, yes. And you revealed your position. Ha ha!
Well, good job. That was really good. 10 out of 10. Good job. Yeah, I fell for it. Yeah. Well, shall we go spar a bit?
So he's definitely confused because I feel like this hit him. He thinks he's dreaming, essentially. And he wants it to be real. So he's like, yes, we should go spar.
Well, now you gotta catch me. And she charges down the hallway, down towards the landing and the steps that continue down. And you see her just go around the corner and just disappear.
Still believing this is a memory or a dream, he's going to chase after her.
Oh, damn it.
You chase after her, and it's... As you sort of like reach the top of the stairs, you see like her face just sort of like peek out from behind, like just out of eye line, and peek out, smile, and gotta chase me. And then she disappears again.
Stop running so fast.
You hear just sort of this sort of echoing laughter in the stairwell as you descend further and further down until you finally get to the main landing, where just off of the stairs you see the space that you all were just a few hours ago. Everything looks exactly how you left it. The fireplace is closed. The moonlight is coming through the windows, sort of casting the entire space in a very silvery glow. And you see behind you, just noticing it, the door to the tower is slightly ajar. And you can hear your sister laughing outside.
Okay, so Ether's going to be a little bit more confused now. So he's going to just walk to the front door, starting to kind of like take in the area like he does. And he's going to slowly kind of examine the door. And he's going to stick his head outside the door.
Give me a
to look and
perception.
see. 10. Man, changing
Okay,
dice.
we will get to the result of that in a second. Bamf, you just ate 14, 50. There were a lot of grilled cheese sandwiches that you just ate. And you are just full to bursting in this moment. And you feel just the warm comfort of the blanket. And then you feel something just sort of like fall out of your beard. And you see it is a freshly wrapped, made joint. And it looks so good. So inviting. Like, this is the best wrapped joint you've ever seen. I keep saying wrapped. That's not correct. Rolled is the correct terminology. It's the best rolled joint you have ever seen in your life.
Rated M.
For mature.
You know, I've only seen joints rolled this well by one person, and I just wish they were around more. Like my mom rolled the best joints you've ever seen, and she actually taught me how to roll joints, and I just wish I could do it. Like, you know, it's like a little fold, and then she put a little, you know, like a little glass tube, and man, I miss my mom. But well, I've got this joint, may as well smoke it.
As you light up the joint, it's a fairly large joint. So as you light it up, though, the illumination from the light and sort of your first intake, it illuminates the space just enough for you to see that the door to the kitchen area is open. And Boulder is snoring right by it. And as you look into the bedroom area, you see that Onissa is no longer sleeping on the bed. And suddenly, and this would be humorous for anyone else, but for Bamf, this is pretty goddamn serious. Suddenly, from the space that exists between the door and the door jamb, he's able to see out into the hall. And suddenly, in that small space, he's able to see a nice rolled joint roll past the space and down the hall towards the stairs.
You know, I used to sing this song at camp about on top of Old Smoky, and there was a story.
Oh my god. Oh.
Do tell, Michael. Do tell.
It was just like this. It rolled out the door. I'm gonna chase that motherfucker.
You
Rated
get
M
up
for mature.
You get up, you drop the blanket, and you stand up, and suddenly all the crumbs from all of the different crusts of the sandwich sort of just fall off of you. And you go to the door and you look out, and you see not one, not two, but like 30 of these really finely rolled joints rolling down the stairs towards the main landing. And they're all laughing. Like this really high laugh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Bamf thinks.
And
Yeah, go ahead.
you see there's like, they're talking as well, like all in different voices. And like, Bamf, smoke us, please. Yes, Bamf, smoke us now. And they all begin to start to roll down the stairs and out of sight.
So Hayes is with Bamf right now. He's like right behind him, and
Hayes is doing this. It's just like,
well, but Bamf turns to Hayes and goes, "Again? Like, how many times does this have to happen, man? I just can't. And then he goes after him.
okay. You go down the stairs, sort of following these weird talking, laughing joints, and they sort of, you see them fall, like begin to take a single file line that suddenly goes, finally reaching the main landing, and the main door to the tower is slightly ajar, and you see them roll just all single file out the front door of the tower and are gone.
A little tear rolls down Bam's cheek. Does he still have the joint that he was smoking before?
Oh, that's just sort of hanging very crisply right out of the side of your mouth.
He goes, well, I guess it's just you and me, man.
And then just like
Hayes is there just being
tries to smoke the whole thing in one inhale.
Okay. Are you doing anything beyond smoking the...
No, I think like he's just it's not that this has happened before, but this is familiar for whatever reason. Talking joints, totally normal.
Got it.
Them asking him to smoke them, totally normal. Running out the door, kind of annoying. Usually they're a lot more pliable and accommodating. But he's got one, so he's gonna smoke it. Because, if you smoke it if you got it.
You smoke it, and it is the best joint you have ever smoked in your life.
Yeah. Mom rolled it.
Yeah, it feels like sheer bliss and cotton candy right now.
That's wonderful.
And you take all of the smoke, you get all that smoke.
Yeah.
And it fills your lungs, and it gives you this sense of euphoria, and it relaxes you. And I'm actually going to have you roll another wisdom save for me.
Okay. Yeah, it's still not good. That is, that's a 7.
That's even worse than last time.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I am going to use Indomitable this time.
Well, I am actually going to say you don't have to. Okay. I will say you can roll again you're rolling with advantage.
Okay. Well, that's much right. That was a 16.
16. Whether it's because this is the best joint you've ever smoked in your life.
It is, really.
And you immediately recognize this particular scent of weed and sort of the very custom way this joint is rolled immediately takes you back to your mom. And even in Bamf's weed-addled brain, there is a moment where it's just like, yeah, I'm going to go grab every single one of those 30 joints, and it is going to be glorious. And then you realize this weed is too good.
It's fair. It happens.
That's the very next thought is this a dream?
It's been happening a lot lately.
What do you do?
I think because this has been happening a lot to Bamf lately, seriously, he's just gonna stick his finger in the hole where the arrow had hit him and be like, best way to wake up from a dream is a little bit of pain. So he's just gonna be like,
that is smart.
You're welcome.
There's no hole.
Oh
no.
Well, then he's gonna know he's dreaming. Because he's like, because there was a hole. He doesn't heal that quickly.
Nope.
And he's going to start looking around in this dream to see if there's anything else that's a clue that this is a dream.
I mean, besides the fact that there were 30 joints that were just yelling and laughing.
The 30 joints,
No, that's
far
normal.
less
That's
unusual
normal,
than you would
Andy.
think.
That part's fine.
That tracks.
That's not strange at all. That doesn't happen to you on the regular.
That's where
not
you had
normal
him at
for you?
believable.
Yeah.
Super believable.
What wasn't believable? No hole.
Yep.
Yeah.
Kids, don't do drugs.
Unbelievable that there's not a hole.
Unbelievable. No hole. Everything else, totally believable. The fact that there's no hole,
Yep.
not believable.
Yep.
Yeah, this tips you off to the fact that this is a dream. The door is still open. The blanket of comfort or the comfort blanket you just had upstairs is still back upstairs.
I'm gonna actually, the person that I actually trust the most, even though she scares the crap out of me, is Morgan. I'm gonna go try to find Morgan. She seems the most grounded of all of us.
And that is where we get to a passive perception of 15.
Oh, yes.
Morgan, you witness almost all of this. You don't get to see Ether. But what you do witness, and I know the music is kind of creepy, but what the scene is actually very, very comical. Because what Morgan witnesses is Anissa stir very briefly, snap up at a right angle on the bed, scoot off to the edge of the bed, hop up, go right to the window, open the window, and jump out. Then almost immediately after that moment, Morgan, you see this. You know that Banff is under the blanket because the last time that you saw before falling asleep, the last time you saw him was he was under the blanket and you heard the sounds of like munching and slurping as he was eating grilled cheese and drinking tomato soup. And you just saw the sort of the pile of sandwiches get steadily smaller. And then you fell asleep. You suddenly see this mound of air genasi suddenly stand straight up, and then he starts giggling to himself. And he's just like,
That's not weird yet. That's not weird yet.
This is so good, man. This joint, oh my god, it's just like Mom used to make. Oh, I love this.
That's
This is
still
so
normal.
good.
Still normal.
It's just so it's normal, except it's kind of weird given everything you just saw Anissa do, and the fact that he's still covered by the blanket.
Still normal, though.
Yeah,
And you
it's
see
fine.
blanketed Banff still wearing the blanket over him, like not really seeing where he's going. You see him go to, and this is something that is odd. You see him go out a door that you knew was closed when you were asleep. Or when you fell asleep. You see him sort of bump his way kind of awkwardly through the opening, and you hear him begin to just sort of run or plod just towards the landing, and you're like, no! Come
Still
back,
kinda
man!
normal.
Hey!
Still
Hey,
normal.
I'm gonna smoke all of you! And
Still normal.
and
Look, the giant foundlings have gone a little insane, and it's fine.
you hear him do all of this, and Morgan, that immediately puts your senses on edge.
So normal.
So she watches Onessa
Jump out a window.
out the window and then like head on a swivel watches Banff just like do the things out the door. And then she looks back at the window And then she looks back at the door. And she's gonna fly to the window because it's closer. She's gonna look out. What does she see?
I feel like Anessa's down there like kicking things over because she got tricked again.
No.
No?
No.
I don't like the way you're saying that.
No.
like you're about to tell me someone died. You're like, no.
By the way, all of the feathers in my mask are just like sticking to my face because I was literally crying during that. So. Ooh.
Well, then this is something that'll be kind of scary.
Oh no.
But not about me. That's somebody else.
Morrigan, you stand at the window. And I know we all just sort of laughed at kind of the shenanigans, because it is kind of funny, but it's the kind of funny that's walking the fine line between hilarious and this is fucking insane. You look out the window and you see Anissa down on the ground, standing, holding the hands of Ether. And Ether, is holding hands with this guy.
Oh yeah.
No.
Totally fine. Still not normal.
Okay.
Morgan, you look down, and this creature, still holding Ether's hand, turns and begins to lead them towards the cliffs.
Oh, fuck.
And then it stops. Turns its head and looks at you with chilling golden eyes and a twisted, long smile. And you hear a voice in your head. Do you want to come play?
Sure. I'll come play. And I fly out of the window and start to descend.
Give me a deception check.
Okay.
Silent wings.
Beans is still sleeping.
Can I guidance myself? Or do you think he
No.
would notice?
Somebody
Okay.
else. Somebody else has to
Well,
usually.
you can guidance
No, you can
yourself,
guidance
but
yourself.
it could be noticeable. Is the reason I
Okay,
asked.
okay, all right.
Okay, so without guidance, it's dirty 20 because I rolled a 19.
Woo!
They rolled a 2.
Oh,
They dumb.
Fine.
It's a dumb
Wonderful.
monster.
okay.
I mean, it's not, but a 2 is still a 2. So, you have the option to take Onissa's hand.
My goal is as soon as I am within 60 feet, I'm casting banishment on him.
Ooh.
There it is.
Okay. Well, you're definitely within 60 feet
Okay.
when you like touch down. I'm assuming you're going to like
Yeah,
touch down.
I
and
probably
walk
would cast a spell when I'm like 20 feet away and just kind of landed on something. Normally I would land on Onissa, but she's way too close. I'm not getting that close.
Okay.
It's a charisma saving throw.
Yep. Okay.
You have to beat a 19.
Is this
Why?
thing charismatic?
They rolled a 13 on the dice. What does your banishment spell look like?
It looks like tendrils of shadow just kind of seeping from the area around this creature and almost blending in with it because it is also shadowy and dark. And then it rips it down and into the darkness and away from her friends.
You see the creature get pulled down into the inky blackness of your banishment spell. And then you feel a clawed black hand slide down over your face
Oh man.
and rip your beak, or a portion of your beak, off. Blood just starts to gush from your face. You take You take 16 points of, we'll say, bludgeoning damage.
Ouch.
Okay. As a reaction,
Okay.
as I take this damage, I'm going to cast Hellish Rebuke at 6th level,
Nice.
and I'm going to scream. So,
Is there a save associated with Hellish Rebuke?
yes, so it's a dexterity save. This is one of my warlock spells, so the DC is only 15.
Okay.
But you'll take half damage if
Okay.
you succeed.
Oh. This creature is not immune to that damage. Okay.
Yes.
Um,
Excellent.
Good.
You, as the blood is pouring from basically your mouth, as they've basically ripped a portion of the top portion of your beak completely off, they still have their hands like around on your face. You pivot and you just light them up. You completely, with all the force and energy of this Hellish Rebuke, just casting it down on them. They need to make a what dex?
Dex 15.
That is an 18
Okay.
on the die.
So he
they take
will-
half damage.
half damage, so 49 half.
49 half. Okay.
So like 24 or 25, depending on how you want to round it.
25.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have anything else that you would like to do?
Was that scream of horrifying agony enough to wake up my friends that are upstairs and enough
That's
to
what I like
snap
to
my
know.
friends who are down here with us out of it?
Well, let's see. Can we get another wisdom save from Ether and Onissa?
Man, there's nothing that
Don't
helps
fail
with
me.
fucking wisdom saves. Alright.
You failed me.
Got an 8.
Good.
It's like only
That was a story in 2 sentences.
14?
Both Anissa and Ether are standing slack-jawed, staring off towards the cliffs, not even looking to what's unfolding behind them. Morgan, I need you to roll initiative.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
I can't use Indomitable if I'm not like aware it's happening, right? That kind
Mm,
of feels like cheating.
So the one thing to note, Andy, Banff has, through smoking copious amounts of weed, he has managed to
The
improve his
ganja.
passive perception. And
That tracks.
it is now an 18.
Through paranoia.
well, right now,
Passive
this is actually a perfect time. I would like everyone to tell me what their passive perception is.
Ooh, 15.
15 as well.
15?
15.
15?
We're all at 15? My gosh.
18.
Damn, Banff.
Banff, in this moment, you recognize that not only were you dreaming a second ago, but you suddenly hear through the fog of consciousness a piercing, blood-curdling scream that you know sounded like Morgan. And your eyes snap open, and your blanket is on fire because you were smoking a doobie underneath it.
My mom always told me not to do
And
that.
it caught fire.
This is
and
only the
it has-
third time, so
Yeah, thankfully you're able to sort of like and like cast off the blanket, and you find yourself on the lower level, which is weird because you woke up with the blanket, but then again you're still where you thought you would be based off of the movement that took place in the dream.
right. So I'm downstairs, still at the bottom of the stairs. At
We're
the door.
downstairs, the door is slightly ajar, and there are no happy, giggling, laughing little weed joints anywhere in sight.
I
Tragedy.
gotta get me some of those.
Yeah.
I'm gonna blast through the door, of course. Though I'm gonna just start running out the door.
You blast through the door. You immediately see Onissa with this massive, tall creature with its long fingers, the end in claws that are just locked on their face, and Morgan has unleashed a blazing ball of hellfire on this creature. This creature takes the damage and does not appear to be phased. Beans, you said your passive was a 15?
15, yeah.
Okay. Beans, you are sleeping in a languid, luxurious state made possible, brought to you by your brother Boulder.
Hi, Boulder.
Many a time have Beans and Boulder talked about the amazing, comfortable, like they would buy a bunch of houses and they would like set them all up and then they would like rent them out to people, and it would just be called Airbnb because Beans and Boulder. And it would just be people could rent them out and just, you know, stay and have like massive, comfortable, like little, you know, get-togethers.
Trademark pending.
The very next thought, though, is if I'm so comfortable right now, what the fuck was that scream?
Mm-hmm.
Your eyes snap open. Onissa is gone. You do not see Morgan in sight. Your brother Boulder is asleep. Gone is Banff from the middle of the floor. In fact, you actually are even more freaked out because you fell asleep before any of these people got situated, and suddenly you find yourself with just Boulder in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else is gone. And that freaks you the fuck out.
Do I see the window open?
Yes, you do see the window open.
I'm going to very Scooby-Doo like just kind of peer over the window and kind of not put my head completely out, because I think he just wants to kind of see what's outside.
You see exactly what Banff just saw, which is a bloody-faced Morgan with a clawed hand on their face, clutching it, squeezing it, while she has lit this creature on fire. And you see Onissa. Oh.
Like he just literally just peers over like, I don't know if this is real. Kind of just double takes it and just goes back up, and then sees the rest. Yep.
And sees Onissa and Ether just facing away, looking out at the cliffs nearby.
How far away is everything?
You are about 40 feet up in the air.
Okay.
Like in terms of your elevation on the tower.
Elevation.
You're about, I'll say, close to 100 feet away from the Morgan and this creature.
Mm-hmm. And the creature's behind Morgan?
Yeah, it's behind Morgan, just sort of wrapping its hand around their face.
Do I recognize it's the same creature that I hit before?
Oh yeah, you do.
Okay.
In fact,
Beans is
I will
freaked
say
out.
you actually notice the reason that you're tipped off by it is you see that a portion of its face is completely like burned from where you hit it with your deck of cards.
At this point, he's going to attempt to wake up Boulder.
Okay.
So can he wake up Boulder?
Yeah, you're able to sort of shake Boulder awake. And he's like, what? Stop looking at me like that. What's wrong?
You have some grilled cheese in your lip.
Oh, so he like wipes his mouth.
Yeah. So there's this thing
What?
outside. Friend's gone.
Boulder quickly scans the room, sees everybody is gone except for Beans.
Yeah, it's creepy. Do we want to fight this thing? Oh, never mind. It's our friends. We gotta go outside and do the thing, but I can't fly anymore. And he tries to like
just come here. He Boulder grabs Beans around the waist and sort of hoists him up, and he like runs to the window.
No. Don't do it.
Are you struggling? Are you struggling?
I am totally struggling. Kicking, flailing.
Stop it! And Boulder leaps out the window and starts to fly. Both of you descend and sort of like fall into a glide as Boulder, feeling the struggling Beans, isn't sort of able to maintain like a good flight pattern, and sort of drops the 30 feet down or 40 feet down to the ground, and just sort of like hovers at the final 2 feet and just like lets go of Beans.
I literally just envision those people on roller coasters are like,
Nah, Beans is okay. He flies, or he used to, but he can't fly anymore. So Beans is just like freaked out because he can't control his own flight.
Right, gotcha.
So, and he's going to be like, all right, you know what time it is. Boulder, you go do the thing. I got to go save our girl with the beak.
I need everybody. Yes, I need everybody to roll for initiative.
Oh, sure. Now you do well.
Of course.
Okay. Yeah.
Of course. Beans does an 11. Actually, 14, because I have +3 on initiative.
I got a 15.
14.
I got a 7.
23.
Oh, wait.
Hey!
And you can't do anything.
When it counted.
I know.
Sorry. I was trying to go ahead again. Ether, what did you get?
23.
23. Beans?
14.
14. Onessa?
7.
7. Morgan?
Mm-hmm.
15.
15. Bamf?
14.
And Boulder? It's a 10. Okay, so it's in terms of initiative order, in terms of you guys, we have Ether, we have Morrigan, we have Bamf and Beans, who are going on the same initiative.
Okay, Beans goes ahead of me because I think they have a higher dex.
Yeah, the higher dex. And then goes Boulder, then Anissa. Okay. And then... the creature will go some point in there. Okay. Ether, you are first in the initiative order. What are you doing?
What do I see?
Well, actually, I misspoke. I apologize. You are not awake. You're still asleep. Beans, you are... wait a second.
Shit.
Morgan... oh, I'm sorry. No. The creature goes next.
Oh, wonderful.
I'm sorry. I forgot there were so many people who were actually still asleep. Or not so many, but like there were people who were asleep. So either you
Wonderful.
were not first.
My poor face.
But Morrigan, you are on deck, followed by Beans. The creature suddenly sprouts from its back these massive tentacles that suddenly stretch out. They've got to stretch out at least probably like 10 or so feet. And they very gently begin to touch your head, Morgan.
Oh, man.
And what is your AC?
Oh boy. 18.
Okay. That is a 16 on the dice. That is a 24 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
You, I need you to give me an athletics save,
Okay.
or basically an athletics check, to see if you are grappled.
7.
Okay. These tentacles suddenly surge and they begin to squeeze your head. And as they do, you don't feel any pressure from the squeeze. What you feel next is pain beyond your wildest imaginings. And instead of the scene in front of you, you see your God standing in front of you, pointing at you and saying, "You are not worthy." And you feel them extract a portion of your soul and yank it out of you. And you take 55 points of psychic damage.
Whoa!
Okay. As I take that damage, we're gonna 5th level Hellish Rebuke, because fuck this guy. As a reaction, I need another dex save.
That is a nat 1.
Nice, better.
Oh, Jesus.
22 points of fire damage.
22 points. Okay. Okay. This thing does not even flinch.
22 doesn't flinch. Great.
He didn't flinch with 25.
Next up is, unless you have anything that you wish to do, Morgan.
Well, that was my reaction, so that wasn't on my turn.
Okay, so now it is your turn. Beans, you are up next in the initiative order, followed by Banff.
Okay. Morgan stares into this. Does she still see her god, or does she see it now?
Oh, you see it now.
Okay.
You just lit it on fire.
She stares up into its face, blood pouring from where her beak was. And she has this flash of a memory of looking in the mirror. And she closes her eyes, and she casts Flame Strike on it.
Okay, explain for our listeners and viewers at home.
Okay.
Flame Strike.
Flame Strike. It is a 5th level spell, so it's my last 5th level. It is a vertical column of divine fire that roars down from the heavens in a location you specify. Each creature in a 10-foot radius, and I'm centering it on him to not hit myself. So like kind of backwards a little bit. Each creature in a 10-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder centered on a point within range must make a dexterity saving throw. A creature takes 4d6 fire and 4d6 radiant damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one.
Okay.
So 8d6 of damage, possibly.
Roll me up that damage.
Okay.
Damn.
D&D Beyond is weird, so it only lets me roll like one at a time. So this will be the fire. Oh my god. 8 damage for the fire. That sucks. Radiant is better. That's 19.
Okay.
Much better.
That sucks on the fire, though. But it needs to make a DC 19 dexterity save to try to avoid this.
It rolled a 4.
Okay.
How much damage total? Sorry.
8 fire, 19 radiant.
Okay. The fire, very much like your Hellish Rebuke, it falls on the creature, and this thing, you almost feel the vibration of a chuckle as it tickles. The radiant damage, however.
Mm-hmm.
So that was 8 fire damage.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was a bajillion radiant.
19. Yeah, a gajillion works
and then
too.
19.
Round up to a gajillion plus.
Yeah.
Okay. The radiant damage, however. Your god has never rejected you. And you know that whatever thing you just saw was not it. And the radiant energy comes down in this column of just flame and light. And it pierces through the skull of this creature. And a portion of its face is just melted clean off as your god, through you, has touched this thing. Does that complete your turn?
I open my eyes back up, one red, one gold, and I stare into what's left of his face.
Your eyes have just now begun to bleed, Morgan.
Now we are both not so pretty anymore. And that'll be the end of my turn.
Beans.
How far away are we?
So it was 40 feet down. You were about 100 feet I don't know, geometry.
40 feet down. If you do an archway, you're looking at the radius.
D&D, it doesn't matter. It's just whatever. It's the distance on the ground. The angle.
So you're looking at like.
So yeah, 100 feet.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
Yep. So we're 100 feet away. And I just saw this happen. And I could see, we know it's Morgan.
You see Morgan. You see the fire and the radiant flame just come piercing down, like down the side of this creature. And you hear just the faintest voice of Morgan as this thing has her in its clutches. And you see these tentacles just sort of spread out, these smoky, inky tentacles. And you see a portion of its face has been completely melted off as you see Morgan's eyes start to bleed.
All right, brother. I need you to keep going.
We got this.
I'm gonna take care of Morgan.
All right. I'm gonna try and wake up the other two. He gestures over at Ether and Anissa.
Wake their asses up.
Okay. Okay.
He's gonna go starry form. And he's gonna radiate from where he's at. And this is almost a different side of Beans, a more confident side of Beans. He's holding his father's deck. And you can see him shuffle the cards in his hands as he's running. And when he's doing so, a constellation starts to form onto him. This time, you see almost dragon-like in the way that his constellation forms as he's running. And when he does so, he's enveloped within light itself. And you can start to see the scales now to glow even brighter. And he then looks like he has some type of armor where his wings retract inside of the armor since he can't use them anymore. But instead of the wings that follow him behind him, a cape seems to kind of form outside from his neck back. And he now has like this armor in front of him. And he looks at the creature and he's like, I don't know where the hell you came from, but you're about to fucking find out. And he's gonna toss a card in like mid-running motion, just comes out of his hand. And as it does so, it kind of forms into this starry form and leaves a trail behind it as it zooms even faster. It's just a ball of light now that comes and radiates from this. But instead of this bright white light, it's engulfed in his father's card as well. So it's like a trail now of white and pink and purple going straight at this thing. And he's going to cast, technically it's Guiding Bolt, but he's doing it at a high level. He's doing it at a 5th level. So he's going to take a d6. And rolled that for damage. So we're going to what's 15, 10, 25 to hit.
That hits.
Perfect. So 25 hits, and then roll for damage and AD6. Hold on, there's a lot of dice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that 8? 1, 6, 7, 8. Yep, that's ASMR for everybody. All right. Ooh, damn, that's a lot of 5s. Okay. Hold on. 1. I gotta separate all the 5s because it's easier to count that way. 2, 4. Got a couple 3s in here. So that's 1, 2, 1. So 4, 5. So that's 20. 6, 7, 8. 28.
$28 points.
Yes.
28 points. The damage falls down and blasts this thing in the back. The tentacles briefly, completely just disintegrate into nothingness, but then very quickly reform, just looking slightly weakened, smaller. Does that complete your turn?
Well, here's my question. Now that I have this new form, I also do spells with my dragon, which is crystal, or, well, it's crystal dragon, so he gets +2 to that, like, as far as damage. So he's also resistant to radiant damage as well. Or me.
You're resistant to radiant damage, yes.
So then you'd add an additional 2 to that, is that right?
Okay.
So then that is it. And now whoever is going after me gets advantage.
Yep. All right, Bamf, that makes it for you, Bamf, and then Boulder.
So I'm going to need a ruling from you, Andy, on this. But
Sure.
First, you all have been hearing Bamf talk endlessly about beard mail. And you finally now actually know what the hell that means. Yeah. And he was talking about how he got his new boots through the beard mail. So so he has these new boots, Andy, and here I'm going to read what it does to you, or does. He got these a little while ago, but it says that I have a flying speed of 90 feet, but I activate them as part of my movement. So can I get to this creature with that? Because it implies that I can move and then activate them, rather than.
I'll say sure.
Okay. So yeah. And I can't really bring Haze with me, so I'm gonna dissipate Haze for the moment.
Okay.
And I'm going to, so he sort of, sparks start to come off of his boots as he's running forward, and all of a sudden he launches himself into the air on sort of a lightning arc that follows him through the air as he flies towards this creature riding on an arc of lightning. And the first thing he does as he's getting close is he's going to cast Mind Sliver, using a sorcery point to do it as a bonus action. So okay. The first thing is, there's gonna be a lot of rolls. So the first thing is a 14 intelligence save by the creature.
That is an 11 on the dice. That is a dirty 20.
Oh, fuck. Okay. So he succeeds on that, so that does no damage. But then Bamf is just gonna start wailing on it. So when he gets within range, he's going to just start slamming into it. So he's going to take 2 attacks.
Okay.
Rolling +9. Rolling a 21 to hit.
That hits.
And a 27 to hit.
That hits.
The first thing actually is that as he gets within...
Actually, hold on.
Yeah.
You said a 21 to hit?
21. That was... Oh, with advantage, actually.
Oh, go ahead.
That is a 24 to hit, and then a 27.
24 to hit and a 27. Hold on 1 second. I can do math. Wait. Okay. As you go to hit this thing, the first attack, the one with advantage, you see the faintest of shadows suddenly step in front of this creature, or step behind this creature as you are coming at it from behind. Suddenly step and take the hit, the first hit, and it immediately just disintegrates this shadow. The second, though, finds purchase in its back, and it's sort of the mass of writhing tentacles, shadow tentacles that are coming off of its back. The second attack does hit. The first one, it does not.
Okay. The other thing that happens before I roll the damage, as I get close in this, I'm riding this arc of lightning, the lightning just explodes against him, and he has to give me a dexterity saving throw of 15.
That's freaking cool.
That is a 14.
Okay, so he's going to take lightning damage from my boots.
Damn it. Okay.
And he takes 11 points of lightning damage.
11 points of lightning damage. Okay.
And then from the hit, a lot of things going on. Sorry, there's just a lot of little things. I'm going to add I am going to add a cloud strike to this first hit. I do. Oh, hell yeah. I do 15 points of damage plus 4 more points of thunder damage. And it needs to give me a wisdom saving throw DC 17 or I'll be invisible to it.
Wow.
That is a 17.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm going to action surge.
Does the thunder damage
Yeah.
hurt Morrigan?
No, it's just to the character I'm hitting.
Okay.
So then I'm going to action surge. I'm going to do it all again. Let me just double check. Action surge. I think I just get an extra attack with that, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll get a whole full action. So I'm just going to hit it 2 more times.
Okie dokie.
I don't have advantage though anymore. Well, the first one's a nat 1, but the second one's another 27.
You're right behind him, right?
Yes.
I'm on the other side. Are we flanking?
Yeah, you are
Would
flanking.
he have advantage?
Yep.
All right. Well, then the first one is a 27. And the second one is another 27.
Both hit.
Okay. And then I'm going to do the cloud strike again. This time I do 11 points of damage and another DC 17 wisdom save.
Welcome to the Banff show.
That is a 12.
All right, so I'm now invisible, so he cannot see me, and I have advantage on all attacks again now.
Okay.
So now I'm going to switch to a storm strike on the second one.
Like you do.
And this time I do... 14 plus 3, 17 points of damage. And he now needs to give me a DC 17 Constitution saving throw.
I am not looking forward to level 20.
It's a 4.
All right. Well, he now has disadvantage on all attacks till the end of my next turn.
Well done. Well done.
And with that, I bid you adieu.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you fucking do. All right.
Welcome to the Banff show.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He was just screaming "Woo!" as he flew through the air.
I came here to kick ass and smoke some weed. And I'm fresh out of weed.
And I already smoked all the weed.
All right.
500 pounds worth?
It's a weekend.
Yeah.
It's a weekend. As you dole out hit after it, you see him block the first attack as his reaction, and then suddenly just hit after hit keeps coming, and you just start to lay into this thing as you feel something, Bamf, that you haven't really ever expressed ever with this party before, but seeing Morgan in such a dire place
Absolutely. Yeah.
brings into your mind the vision dream that you experienced that when Bean was fighting with a creature, this creature. And you realize that you were triumphant in that dream. Why should this be any different? You're going to save your friend. And that completes your turn. That brings up Boulder. Boulder is going to take the dash action. He is going to move his full movement and dash all the way to get to Onessa and Ether. Unfortunately, he's only able to get to you guys. He can't do anything. So we will have to wait till next turn, unless you do succeed on a wisdom save in the next few seconds. That will complete Boulder's turn. That brings us to... Onessa. Give me a wisdom save.
All right, here we go. To be better than the other ones.
And you know what? I will say you will do this at advantage because of the strikes that Bamf brought down.
Okay.
And the fact that he might not actually... This might not be technically an attack, but I'll say he is very distracted right now.
Okay, first one was a 13.
Come on.
And the second one is a 19.
Okay.
I
On a
can
19,
finally-
Onessa, your eyes snap open and you see Boulder right in front of you. And you see his very handsome pink hair just sort of like blowing in the breeze. His frame just perfectly silhouetted by the moonlight that is sort of cascading down. And in your mind, like you were about to charge off and you were about to fight frost giants with your mom. And then all of a sudden, Boulder suddenly appears in front of you. And you can't tell if you're still dreaming.
Okay.
Lay one on him! Lay one on
I
him!
love that she's so focused on the hot fairy that she doesn't see the
She doesn't know about anything that's happening behind her. Nothing.
Lay one on him! You don't know!
So fucking
You don't
funny.
know! Could be a dream.
I will say your eyes do snap open. You see all of that, but then you do hear
Sure.
like shit happening, and definitely the cacophony that is being caused by Bamf as he makes strike after strike against this
Okay, so
creature.
I noticed that after the fact, though.
But you don't like give me a perception check.
I have actually a high perception. I have a +5. 18 plus 5, so whatever. that
18
is.
plus 5. Like you see, like this is very like the cover, like what you're seeing in
This is
front
a
of you is very
romance
much the cover of a
novel?
Harlequin
Yeah.
romance novel.
Okay, yeah.
Just like something that you would. This is the cover of a smut. a piece of smut.
Sure. Yeah.
But what you do hear behind you is definitely not the sounds of battle that your mom was fighting with the frost giants.
Okay.
What you hear behind you is something else. And then the very next thing that you notice about Boulder is, though he is looking magnificently handsome, you see a look of fear and panic on his face as you hear him say, We need to save Morgan.
Okay, Anessa is going to pick up Boulder and kiss him, and then put him back down and pat him on the head and be like, it's going to be fine. And then it's going to turn around.
Boulder is rolling at disadvantage for the rest of the session.
Boulder gets a nosebleed.
Immediately.
And then Anessa's going to immediately turn around and is going to activate Giant's Might. So she's going to grow in size to large. Immediately
Total
after
nosebleed.
Yeah.
Total nosebleed.
And then she's gonna
unconscious.
you're gonna see all of her tattoos are gonna start to glow like a bright like cerulean blue, and then she's gonna just start like launching into this guy with punches.
Okay.
I get to roll a lot because I'm gonna do the first 2, and then I'm gonna also action surge, so that's gonna give me another 2, so that's gonna be 4. Oh, do I get advantage because we're flanking or no?
Oh, yeah, you get advantage,
Great, good.
definitely.
Okay, so the first 2 are gonna be, wow, that's 3 12s, so one's a 12, but I get a big plus. Wait, 12 plus 9, so 21 to hit. Second one is going to be 18 plus 9. I'm gonna assume that hits. I'm not gonna do the math on that.
27.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Look, I can't math, okay? But I like rolling the shiny rocks. Okay, then again I get another 12 plus 9, so another 21. And then the last one's kind of bad. The last one is 4 plus 9, so 13. So how many of those hit? 3?
Yes.
Great.
I believe that was, yeah, it was 3 hits.
Cool. So that's going to be how many D8? So that's gonna be 3d8. And then I'm also going to get a d6 because of Giant's Might, and a d6 because I'm activating Frost Strike while I'm pummeling into this dude. So, one moment, please. Okay, math. 2, 4, 9, 16, plus 15, so 31 bludgeoning. And wait a second, with Frost Strike, I think there's a second thing that's attached to it.
Yeah, there's usually a saving throw to slow him down.
Yeah, I
or
believe there's a
something
saving throw. Yeah. There is going to be... Oops, nope, that's the wrong one. There it is. Yeah, he also has to make a Constitution saving throw, or his speed is reduced to 0.
That is a 13 on the dice, and that is... that is a 16.
Damn it, that's my spell save DC is 16. So he's going to save against it. Yeah, he takes all that damage.
Okay.
I used my bonus action for that. I think that's everything for this turn. But I am very large now. I'm considered a
Larger.
large. Am I taller than it?
You're actually about its height now.
Okay.
Nice.
Onessa's just like punching it and smiling, and it's just like, big mistake, huge, and like pummels him into the face.
Yeah.
Awesome. Epic. Okay. That completes Onessa's turn. Aether, please give me a wisdom saving throw.
Please.
And I will say
please.
you also do this at advantage.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, he's got 4 people on him. This is better be at advantage.
17.
Nice. Aether, your eyes snap open. And it's sad. Because even though you knew it was a dream, you kind of have gotten used to seeing your sister again, even for just the briefest of times. And as she suddenly disappears from view, there is almost a pang of sadness and loss that you are very familiar with.
And that memory.
But the world that greets you is not dreams. It is very real. And you turn to your right just in time to see Onessa kiss Boulder, drop him to the ground. This is like, wait a second, am I still, this is weird. What the fuck is going on? What are we doing outside? What's happening? And you see suddenly, as you turn, Boulder's just sort of like standing, sort of just woozy, just like blood pouring from his nose. And you see Onessa just sort of like streak off and suddenly just and just start to pummel away at this creature. And that's when you notice the creature that is engaged in combat with you all. And what do?
First question I have, did we actually get a long rest or no? Just so I know.
You did not go long rest.
Okay, because I am about tapped out of all my cool stuff. So...
It's almost like I knew that.
I know. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to cast Hunter's Mark on him. So I can get a little bump there. At 2nd level, because that's what I got. We are going to pull back on the bow. Knock in an arrow. We're going to take sharpshooter. I'll take the -5 penalty for the 10 damage. And hope for the best. Anything else?
So it's a -5 to hit.
Yep. Plus, if I hit. Let's put it that way. Let me check something else here.
Does that basically just eat away at the whatever plus you have to hit with your bow?
It does. I was just checking to see if there's anything else that would stack. So first is going to be a 20, so that'll miss.
Or does it miss? I don't know if we've rolled a 20 yet.
A 20.
A 20 does hit.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
So that'll be 10 damage from the sharpshooter on top of... What does that do? D8. So it'll do a total of 18 points of piercing damage.
Nice.
And then the arrow will catch fire.
As it does.
And it does a whopping 1 extra point of damage.
So it cauterizes the wound immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
This arrow streaks out from your bow, and you target this thing perfectly. The arrow passes just past Morrigan's head. Just like between the very small space between Morrigan and Onessa. And it just and then this thing is now wreathed in flame as it just looks, you've actually made it slightly more scary looking than it was a second ago, because now it's on fire.
It's now like Burning Man.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. And that, do you have anything else that you are going to do?
Yeah, I could take an extra shot because I got
Okay.
the extra attack, so I'll do it all again. Oh, this one's a little bit better. So that's going to be 20... Double check, that'd be 5. 23 to hit on that one.
23 to hit. Okay. That hits.
So it'll do 7 plus 10 plus 4. What is it? 21 points of piercing damage. And then 2 points of fire, so it catches fire as well. Oh yeah, I got Hunter's Mark damage too. I forgot about that.
Oh, don't forget the Hunter's Mark damage.
3 points on the first one, and then 4 additional, so 7 extra points. Yeah. And that's all I got.
The second arrow splits the first arrow.
Nice.
And causes, for the first time, causes this creature to scream. As it begins to burn away some of the inky shadow on its chest. That completes Aether's turn. Now it's the creature's. Aether, your attack. The arrows found purchase in its chest. You did that damage, and now these inky, oozing skin suddenly consumes the arrow. As it suddenly looks like it's begun to like put himself back together.
I don't like that. No, thank you.
You guys did a lot of damage that last round, so kudos to you. That was really good. Do I? You see, the problem... You see, if I do this, then it's just like Rachel will just hate me forever.
No, you're
and it'll
fine.
be like,
it's fine.
Do it.
How dare you?
Do it.
Like, okay.
Do it.
If it's an attack, it's with disadvantage. Just pointing it out.
It is. Yes.
Okay, great. I also have something with the disadvantage. Does that work?
Yeah,
But the problem is that currently Morgan's grappled. And so the next thing is a dex save.
Oh, so it's not an attack, it's a dex save from her?
Well, no, I mean, it's an attack that incurs a dex save and then a heck of a lot of damage. At least, hold on. Let me just make sure that I'm reading that correct.
Oh, he's good. He's building up a little anxiety now.
Hold
Well
on.
played.
Let me consider.
Let me
what
check
it-
the rules.
We've all done that.
Okay.
He's got the blessing to kill her now.
Okay. The creature still has you by the face. And the tentacles have started to squeeze and exert pressure on your head as it hoists you up off the ground and it pulls you in close, Morgan. Morgan, if you can remember, tell me exactly what you saw in the mirror.
In the mirror, she saw herself, feathers burnt, bleeding, and a large claw reach out and touch her on the forehead. And then she died.
Oh, fuck. Is he about to cast Disintegrate?
As the tentacles press down on your head, Morgan, the other hand that is not holding you comes in with a clawed finger and touches your forehead. And at first you feel nothing. In fact, you continue to not feel anything. And suddenly, I need you to give me a dex save. Actually, I'm sorry. Grapple is always just so annoying. Dex saves are made at disadvantage, or they are not made once grappled.
A grappled creature becomes, their speed becomes 0 and it can't benefit from any bonuses to speed. The condition also ends if an effect removes the grappled creature from the reach of the grappler or grappling effect, such as when a creature is hurled away by the Thunderwave spell, and the condition ends that the grappler is incapacitated. It doesn't say anything about
About a disadvantage.
Yeah.
So you will roll, just straight roll. Give me a dex save.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Shoot, I wish
We're
I
fine.
had that
We're
storm
fine.
room
We're fine.
activated.
Did you hit me? Or is this... Because you said that you had to hit me and then that would result in a dex save. Did you hit me?
Yeah. Hold on.
Okay. That was my only saving grace. I was like,
With
please.
Yeah, that
disadvantage.
is also...
Disadvantage.
I have a thing I can do if you have to hit her first.
And then I'll roll. This would be the perfect opportunity for a nat 1. I'm just saying.
Or somebody with silvery barbs, maybe.
Look at that stone face.
I know. Giving nothing away.
I know.
He's not. He's really not.
It's terrible.
Oh, this is awesome. I'm excited.
I'm stressed.
Yeah,
Sheer
like, it's
concentration.
always great when our high-level cleric
It's in mortal danger.
is in mortal danger, and our other cleric respects his sorcerer.
Okay. That is a 22
Hits.
to hit.
Okay.
Okay, I activate Runic Shield. When another creature you can see within 60 feet of you is hit by an attack roll, you can use your reaction to force the attacker to reroll the d20 and use the new roll. Reroll. Roll worst.
Everyone is trying to save this bird.
That is a 14.
Hey!
Misses.
Booyah!
In terms of description, this being touches the forehead of Morrigan just as Onissa, just through just sheer force of like size, just in this moment as they are much larger, just sort of like nudges this thing and does not initially make contact with Morgan's head.
My turn now.
Hold please.
With Runic Shield and my Storm Rune, I have so many opportunities to be able to do that. It's wild for a fighter.
It's crazy. So good.
Crazy. I can pretty much negate attacks all day long.
Ah. No way getting around that.
Morgan owes Onessa her life.
Look at me being
Morrigan.
useful.
Morgan, you know what this creature was about to do. You could sense it. Through some divine sense, your god informing you what was about to happen. And you, as this thing has its claw on you, sort of briefly obscuring your vision, you can see through the fingers, and you see Onessa, and you see them bring themselves and nudge, but you see directly behind Onessa, and it's something only you can see, is your goddess guiding Onessa's movement.
Ooh.
And this being misses in this moment.
Great.
That brings up Morgan.
Okay. Morgan, for her action, is going to 4th level Guiding Bolt. It is at disadvantage because, you know, I'm like in your face and grappled by you and all the things.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's see how that goes. The disadvantage is 27.
Whoa.
That didn't suck.
And
that definitely hits.
that's 34 radiant damage.
Okay.
Nice.
And then, because she has meta magic sorcerer as a feat, she's going to quicken spell,
Yeah.
and she's going to cast. Which cantrip do I want to do? Radiant has been doing a lot of damage to you, but I think I'm gonna do Eldritch Blast just because that's it to hit, and I feel more comfortable with that. Because you've been rolling really high on your dex saves. How dare you? Okay, quicken spell at disadvantage.
Not the last. Well, yeah. No, wait, did I roll a dex save on the last one with Onessa?
No, that
No, I didn't have
That's
to. Okay, it was just-
Constitution.
okay.
Constitution.
Yeah.
Okay. First one is 15, probably misses. Second one is also going to miss. Oh no, this might have been a poor decision. Nope, all 3 of them miss.
Oh,
That's unfortunate.
Okay. That completes
but
your
yeah,
turn.
That's her turn.
Okay. So you are still grappled.
Oh, wait, I messed that up. So Guiding Bolt gives advantage.
Yep.
So
Right,
those
the first one
should
would
have
been,
been
first
yeah.
one would have
The
been
first one.
would have been a normal roll.
So I would have hit with one of those. The first one. It would have been a 24.
Okay. 24 to hit.
Yes.
I'll say yes. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's 1 point of force damage. That was so worth it, guys.
You told him.
I did.
Simply
Yeah.
stunning.
Definitely worth the sorcery point.
Okay. Beans.
How far away am I?
I
used all my movement.
yes.
I did.
You're behind. You're
Yes.
behind them. I think you were like
You were 100, so 70
100 feet. Right.
Yeah.
yeah,
so
70 feet. Yeah.
All right.
So you're like 30 feet away.
I see my brother just sprint, as he does, towards Onessa. I see the whole interaction between them two in the kiss. I'm gonna jot that down for later. Saw the nosebleed. Then I see Bamf being a Bamf. Okay. And then Morgan almost dying again. At this point, there's some fear inside of Beans. There is fear that he might not make it to save Morgan. And I feel like a voice, as he's fiddling with these cards, is going through his mind right now. And he realizes this new sense of power. And he imagines a door in front of him that would teleport him closer. So as he's thinking of this, you can see almost an outline of stars go in front of him, and a door then appears open, and he rushes through that door and uses Dimension Door.
I counterspell.
Oh.
I counterspell your counterspell, so fuck off. And I get off.
The
The creature with one of its tentacles, these tentacles are sort of like writhing and sort of like dealing with all of these attacks. One of them sort of flicks back towards you and hurls the counterspell back in your direction and stops the dimension door from
That's fine.
forming.
That's fine.
Can I use a reaction?
I mean, if you really have to.
I have.
You really want to work as a team.
I have something called Magic User's Nemesis. So when
Oh?
you see a creature casting a spell or teleporting within 60 feet, I'm pretty sure I'm close to 60 feet.
Yeah.
I
you're
can burn
within
my
60 feet.
reaction to force a Wisdom saving throw. It's a low DC, so this is like a prayer to
Okay.
basically waste the spell being cast. It's a Wisdom
Sick.
save,
What's the save?
DC 12. So it's a long shot.
Super cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's an 8 on the die. That is a 14.
All right, yeah. Sorry.
That's a cool feature.
That is a really cool feature.
So, okay, hold on. So I cast a spell. So does that count as cast, right? That counts as cast? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that counts as your action.
So that counts as cast.
And your reaction if you... Oh, I guess you didn't get...
No, I didn't. I could have, but I didn't. I didn't. I'm saving that.
Yeah,
Um,
that's smarter.
Yeah, we could save that for the disintegrate.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. So that was a level 4 spell. Dimension Door. At this point, you could 100% tell that Beans is frustrated as hell. He's almost... No, he's not almost. He is definitely yelling out Morgan's name. As he's running. And... There's one reaction that I can do, I think. But I'm not sure I'm close enough yet. Hold on, I gotta look for it. I know I have it. How do you spell now? I don't know how to spell. I'm all nervous. Got me all nervous over here.
Just a heads up, while you're looking that up, Bamf, you are on deck.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I was ready. I know I have it. Where is it? There it is. Hold on. Fuck yeah. Okay. Fuck you. All right.
What do you got?
Isn't it so
right.
fun being the DM? People just yell, fuck you.
All right.
Just epithet after epithet after epithet, just getting hurled my way. Love it.
So I can do this. As Beans is running and he gets the door shut in his face, you can definitely tell he's yelling out Morgan's name as he's running closer. So that gets him to 40 feet if he uses all of his movement. So now he's 40 feet away, which then he uses a sorcery point. I have meta magic as well, but mine is distant spell, so I can cast double the length of my thing. And as a bonus action, I'm yelling Morgan's name, and you can hear the pain and the anguish as he's getting closer, and he reaches almost out as much as possible, and he casts Sanctuary as a bonus action.
There we go.
Nice.
There we go.
And for the readers, and for our readers, for the listeners and watchers back home,
You ward a
describe
creature.
Sanctuary.
You
Oh,
ward a
no.
creature within range against attack until the spell ends. Any creature who targets the warded creature with an attack or harmful spell must first make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature must choose a new target or lose the attack or spell. This spell doesn't protect the warded creature from the area effects such as explosion or fireball. If the warded creature makes an attack, casts a spell, or that affects an enemy or deals a damage to another creature, this spell ends. But it's a 30-foot range, but since I have distance spell and I use a sorcery point, I doubled that.
60 feet.
So I was able to get to 60 feet.
I
So
will say
now
the only thing is you can't cast 2 leveled spells in a turn. And you
it's a
cast-
bonus action,
But
though.
it doesn't matter. You cast Dimension Door, which is a leveled spell. You can't cast Sanctuary in the same turn. I'm sorry to be that guy. I'm sorry to be that guy.
Well,
The DM in me is like forcing it out of my mouth.
Sure. So it had to be a cantrip.
You
then,
can
huh?
you can
Correct.
do Quicken Spell and do Cantrip and leveled spell, but you can't do Quicken Spell and do. You can do what
2 leveled
Morgan did.
spells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, Morgan. It's really more about apologies to Morgan, but
No, it's fine. I have
Morgan is
subtle spell.
Rachel is living her best life over here.
yeah.
She poked Andy like all day, and she's reaping what she sowed. It's awesome.
All week,
Hey.
really, if we're being honest. It's not a
I will.
singular day.
I will say. Technically,
Uh-huh.
I did ask for. I said when I was reminding everyone, "Hey, you're level 12. Hey, come up with a fun, perfectly useless magic item." I have receipts. This was supposed to be a useless magic item, and
It's the best magic item ever.
Rachel hands me like the biggest dagger to then put in their back and just say, "Please and thank you."
Am I the only person who actually made a useless magic item?
Mine's pretty useless. All
To
you
be
can do is
fair-
pass weed. I mean,
I made 2 very useless magic items.
To be fair, mine could have been useless, but the DM was like, "Oh no, I can use this."
I'm showing you guys the really stupid magic items I came up with.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
So,
Nora, I didn't mean to.
No, because like I was
Damn.
just. Oh, it's just I'm trying to figure things out. All right, so I'm gonna hold on to my bonus action. I know exactly what I want to do with my bonus action. So I'm gonna hold on to my bonus action. I'm 30 feet away, and that's what I'm gonna do for my turn. But I'm still yelling Morgan, and I am literally within feet away.
Okay. That brings up Banff.
All right, so as Bam sort of slowly returns to Earth on this arc of lightning, he has pulled another joint out of his beard and sort of lights it on the last remnants of the arc of lightning, and takes a long puff and exhales, and haze comes into effect. So Hayes is now with him, and he's gonna take his sword and once again try to unleash holy hell on this creature. And the first, again, you said that these are with advantage because I'm flanking, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the first one is a 24.
That's
A
hits.
27. And then he's
Hits.
gonna have Hayes. He's gonna unleash his echo, which allows Hayes to also attack once. And Hayes rolls a 24 to hit.
Hits.
All
All three.
The first one, he's going to try again, once again, to use the storm strike. Yeah, he's gonna use the storm strike. So DC 17 saving throw. Constitution, sorry. DC 17.
This is a spell or magical effect, correct?
No, it's just part of his giant foundling feat.
Okay. That is a 19.
Okay, so that one succeeds. He's going to do it again. So that was 14 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then he does it again. So another roll.
That's a 3.
All right, so he now has disadvantage on all of his attacks again until next round.
Except this, as you hit,
Yeah.
he is going to use one of his legendary resistances.
All right, that's fair. So that was 17 points of damage, though. And then the last one, gonna do it all over again. Another 17 points of damage, and he needs to make another saving throw.
That is an 11.
All right, so he has disadvantage on his attack rolls until the start of my next turn. But I've burned through most of my extra damage stuff there, but it feels like it's worth it.
Okay. This creature, at this point, with the multitude of attacks that it has sustained during this combat, Bamf, your attacks, like a blister of speed and motion, begin to just cut multiple tentacles off of this thing's back, and just start to pierce into wherever you can find like resistance, where you feel like there is something past the inky black and shadow. You just begin to just slice and dice into this thing, and it's starting to look pretty gnarly.
I would hope so. That's like 48 points of damage.
Yes.
But that is the end of my turn.
Oh, goody. That brings up Boulder. Boulder, reeling from smooches, is going to whip out his great axe, and he is going to charge. And he's going to rage, and then he's going to charge into combat with this thing, trying to get in alongside on the. So Anissa's on one side, Morrigan and Boulder's going in on the other side, trying to get in and find a spot to hit.
That smooch is definitely worth at least a bardic inspiration dice, right?
I mean, it was probably a really good smooch. I'm just saying.
Give
Was
me
there
a
a tongue
performance check.
involved?
Do I have to make
Give
a
me-
performance check?
Performance
Give
check.
me a performance check.
Once again, I just want to remind everyone I have a negative
You have a
one
negative
to
1 to
performance.
performance. Yes.
That's all right.
You drool a little.
A little too much tongue.
It's only an 11. It wasn't that good.
It was still way more than Boulder was ever hoping to get. And so
I mean, if 10's average, it's a little above average.
just a step.
Boulder doesn't know any better.
Yeah, Boulder does get a point of inspiration on his attack rolls. He is going to make 2 attacks at advantage, I believe.
Yeah, because we're all flanking this thing.
Yeah. This that definitely hits. That is a plus at a +8, so that is 25 to hit. And that is a 40. That is a 22 to hit. That hits. Where are my d12s? Okay.
Wouldn't it be so funny if he killed his own monster?
That would be pretty funny.
Yeah.
That'd be really good. Do you say, how do you want to do this to yourself? Or
Yeah.
He would. He would.
I
He'd have
remember
to.
the time that Matt Mercer
Yeah,
was forced
Matt.
to do that. It was so funny.
How do
that
I
is-
want to do this?
14 plus 8, so that is 22 points of whatever the hell this axe
Slashing?
does.
Axe damage.
you have an axe, right?
Axe
Slashing.
damage. That's right.
Yeah, slashing damage. Thank you. 22 points of slashing
It's
damage.
also 1 in the morning, so.
Is it? Oh my god, yeah, it is.
This thing is starting to look really bad. That will complete his turn. That will bring us back to Onissa.
Okay. When he was hit with fire damage, we saw it affect him more than usual, right?
It affected him. It did not. It was not something that did not affect him.
The radiant
okay.
was what really messed him up.
Yeah.
I don't have a way of doing radiant though. Wait, so were my punches looking like not as effective then?
Oh no, they were still effective.
Okay, so it's not like fire is doing anything more than a regular
No.
punch is going to do. Okay.
No.
Then I'm not going to. I have so many things that take up bonus actions. Okay, I'm gonna activate my storm rune. Once again, you see all of Onissa's tattoos light up. But then they all like turn black and you see her eyes go completely white as she enters a prophetic state where for 1 minute until I'm incapacitated or until I'm incapacitated, when you or another creature you can see within 60 feet makes an attack roll, saving throw, or ability check, you can use your reaction to cause them to roll with advantage or disadvantage. So that is active now. And then as like Boulder slashes at this thing, I feel like they're just like hitting it back and forth now, ping pong style.
It is exactly what's happening.
So she is then going to go do her attack.
How do you still have grapple? Sorry. Totally.
I haven't tried to get out of it at all.
Yeah. I am going to do my hits, my punchy punches. I'm gonna get 2 of those, I think. And I assume flanking, so I get advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that is going to be... Ooh, I did not roll great, but 16 plus 9 for the first one, so 25,
Hits.
and then 11 plus 9, so 20 for the second. No? Okay.
No, for the second.
Then I just get to roll 1. Which is going to be a d8, a a d6 for Giant Smite, and a d6 for Frost Strike. So that is 16 plus 5, so 21 damage. And then I'm also going to use my Tavern Brawler ability, that when I land a hit, I can try and grapple the target. So you have to make a strength or you have to make an athletics or acrobatics check contested by my athletics check, which I get advantage on because I dig right now.
What do I have to roll?
Athletics or acrobatics, whichever you prefer.
Dang it.
And I got a 19 plus 8, so a 27. What'd you get?
Got a 2.
So you're grappled. Can you grapple someone if you're grappled?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We're just like a
It's
centipede
kind of a
Double
cuddle
grapple,
puddle.
double grapple, double grapple, double grapple.
It's a very aggressive cuddle puddle.
Onyssa's literally trying to like do, what is the wrestler move where you like get them in a chokehold and try and go backwards?
Sleeper hold. It's a sleeper hold.
That I'm trying to do that.
In fact, somebody somewhere just yells out "sleeper hold" as that happens. Did that complete your turn?
That is my turn.
Very well.
Making an angry face.
How did you do this?
Okay. That will bring us up to Aether.
Okay. How large is this creature?
Large. It's
Yeah,
the
'cause I'm
same,
large and it's the same size as me.
Yeah, it's around the same size as Nissa.
Well, I want to use something, but we have Morgan who's grappled currently, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I was to target like high in the head area, would there be like a 10-foot space between where Morgan is and where the head is by chance?
I'm pulling
Currently-
it back. Does that count
Yeah,
for anything?
Yeah, currently Onissa has it around the waist. Morgan is being held up. So right now there is a little bit of space between the bottom of its head and like where Onissa is.
Does Onissa look fairly hardy?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Okay.
No, my girl's beefy as shit.
Okay, well, I'll apologize after if this...
The term muscle mommy comes to mind.
So here's what I'm going to try. He's going to get that bow together. He's going to do the sharpshooter. He's got Hunter's Mark on. He's going to cast Lightning Arrow as a bonus action. It is a 3rd level. So, the next time that you make a ranged weapon attack during the spell's duration, the weapon's ammunition or the weapon itself, if it is a thrown weapon, the transformation into a bolt of lightning. It makes the attack roll as normal. The target takes 4d8 lightning damage on a hit, half as much damage on a miss, instead of the weapon's normal damage. So whether you hit or miss the creature, any creature within 10 feet of the target has to make a dexterity saving throw. Each of these creatures will take they'll take 2d8 lightning damage, essentially.
To all of us.
Except for Beans.
I don't.
okay.
That's
I'm resistant to lightning damage. That's
okay.
not fun.
I was
Me and Boulder
inspired
should have,
by your ride the lightning.
Yeah, we have Onissa. The only person who's going to be really affected by this is Morgan.
That's what I was trying to like not put it to where it would just be like she would be like 11 feet. Like if I could target it.
If she fails her roll, I can give her advantage.
Okay, all right.
I still have Sanctuary on me. Does that do?
No.
Oh,
It didn't
oh
put it
no,
down.
because that's
Then
how
go
I
up to
want
where we do
Okay.
not have Sanctuary.
We wish
So-
it did, but it
Oh,
didn't.
yeah. Okay, I remember.
It is late.
Oh, 19 plus 5, so it's 24.
Hits.
So it if I read correctly, it replaces turns into a lightning bolt, replaces the regular
Ammo.
damage.
And then we all have to make dex saves.
Yep.
What's my dex?
Boulder
Two,
fails his. Wait. Oh, with advantage.
Yeah, we have advantage.
Oh, Boulder makes his dex save.
Nat
Okay.
20.
I rolled 2 17s plus 2, so both. are
Beans,
19.
you didn't have to roll because you're
It
outside.
wasn't
of the
me. It
range.
was Morgan.
I got the nat 20.
Oh, you got the nat 20.
Yay!
Yay!
Okay, so the
Morgan.
2d8 collateral damage was 5 points.
But if we passed
Okay.
our dex save, we don't take it.
I think
Take
you
half?
take half.
So
Oh, okay,
2
we
or
all-
3?
So 3 points.
3? Okay.
3.
Yeah, you take half. So
you
the
okay
initial
with 3
damage,
damage?
the lightning damage on top of the sharpshooter damage was 24 points for that particular shot. And then I got to add on my hunter's mark, so that'd be extra 2, so 26 total points for the first shot.
How much total damage?
26. That was with the extra
26.
2. Yep.
Okay.
And then I get one more shot. And this is... Now, let me get a ruling on this. Is the lightning arrow only the first shot that hits, or does it maintain up to the duration? I'm not quite clear on that.
I believe it's just the first arrow, right?
Okay, just wanted to make sure. All right,
Can
so
you
the
put it in the
second
chat? 'Cause
one...
I don't think
The
I've ever
second
read
one
that.
will be a sharpshooter, so I'll take a -5 penalty for the extra 10. And that is a 20 natural. So it'll be a 25 total. And
Okay,
then
so that was a nat 20, you said?
this one is, yes.
Okay, so that was 26 points of damage initially.
On the first one.
So 26.
Yep.
What are we doing for crits? Are we doubling?
So it's
No.
double. The way I do it is you take the max amount of damage
Uh-huh.
and then you roll
Yep.
Okay.
for whatever
For the
would
rest of
normally
it?
be.
Okay.
So this is a regular. So this would be 8 plus the sharpshooter, which is 10. So it would be 18 initially. And and then it has a +4 onto it, so it's a 22. And then you add a D8 rolled onto the 22.
Plus your hunter's mark, which gets
Yep.
both of those. It gets the 6 and
Okay,
then
so then if we did it that way, you'd add 6, so it'd be 28. And then the roll D8 is an extra 4, so that's going to be, what, 32?
32, and then the
And then the
D6.
extra hunter's mark damage is a 5, so it's -7. What was I at?
37.
Thank you.
Yeah, 37.
Thank you.
We need like voice calculators for D&D, where you can just read off the dice and it'll like hear you and then do the math for you.
That's what
It's called
Michael's
AI. It's
for.
coming.
Okay. This thing is looking really rough right now. Parts of it have just started, like whole portions of it have just started to just slough off onto the ground, leaving just massive pools of inky black ichor. Just portion, like whole massive tentacles are completely like cut off and are dissipating and smoking on the ground. The only real like solid hold it has on anything is its footing and Morrigan.
Unfortunately, it goes now.
It does, but doesn't it have disadvantage again?
It does. have
Hopefully.
It does.
disadvantage,
The creature, I'm gonna be honest, guys.
Mm-hmm.
It has 16 hit points left.
Okay.
yeah. Hellish rebuke.
This thing
Who's got reactions? Yeah.
I
just
do.
looks at everyone, looks at Onissa grappling it around the waist, sees a great axe just pushing into its flesh, or whatever its flesh is, sees Morrigan bleeding and bloodied. Well, this is interesting. Very, very interesting. Everything stops. Except for Morrigan. Morrigan, you feel your goddess's hand on your back. And you hear her voice. She has always been worthy. You may not have this one. The creature's eyes go wide, as it could have sworn that this was how it was supposed to end. And it is going to Dimension Door.
Ooh.
Actually, do I want to do that? It is going to Dimension Door.
Is it bringing me?
Correction. No.
If I'm grappling it and it dimension doors, does
It
it
just-
leave my grapple?
Yeah.
It breaks them.
Damn it.
It Dimension Doors. It loosens its hold on Morgan. Morgan, you hang suspended in space. Your god holding you, the warm comfort on your back. Doesn't mean I won't get you next time. And the
Counterspell.
creature the creature bows reverently to the goddess, almost just sort of a nod. And it will attempt to Dimension Door away.
I will just point out though that like if it doesn't I guess if it's trying to dimension where you stop it, it loses action. So yeah, go.
Yeah,
for
it loses the action, and then it has 12 hit points left, and we beat the shit out
I'm
of
just
it.
worried that it could still do something.
So you're
more
using a
to-
counterspell.
Yes, my reaction is counterspell.
Okay. It is going to use its reaction and counterspell
Oh, God damn.
your counterspell.
Do you guys have to roll for it, or it automatically does that?
It automatically does it.
Well, it depends on the level of the spell cast. right?
Yeah.
So
It automatically does third
Yeah, what level
or
are you
lower.
casting?
I would do 6th level.
Oh, so you have to roll.
Now he has to roll.
So I have to roll a 16.
Yes.
You
Yeah, but
have
it's-
to roll.
It's really funny because you have to do that at disadvantage because I'm using Storm Rune. So, Onessa's eyes go white and she
It's
sees
my
the
only
future.
6th level spell slot that I
Onessa
have. and I've
technically
held
is
onto
not
it.
even fully conscious of what is happening right now, as we have suddenly shifted into a almost where time is not proceeding because of the presence of Morrigan's goddess.
All right.
The only person, because they have been touched by somebody who is immensely powerful, Eric Aegis Crystal, Crishal, Aegis Crishal.
We lost it a little the second time.
Son of a bitch. because they have been touched, is able to move at a slightly faster pace than everyone. And so they are able to use their reaction to counterspell. This is a 16. I'm rolling at disadvantage.
Yes.
Okay. That is a 12 on the die. And I'm using my my spellcasting ability, which is intelligence. So that is a 22 on the first roll. So this is a disadvantage. Oh, fuck. Whew, that was a close one. That's a 15 on the second roll.
Okay.
So it is a 25.
That's fine.
Can I do one thing before it goes away? Just thematically. Okay. Whenever it bows towards my goddess, I cough a little bit of the blood out of my mouth and kind of garbled, a little disjointed because my mouth is misshapen. You think that we won't find you? I know your smell now.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
Don't you have Hunter's Mark as well on
He's-
him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For a little bit of
There
time.
is a momentary look, a flicker of uncertainty and fear that crosses its face. Or half of its face, because the other half was blown off by frickin' Bamf over here and Morgan and everybody. The look of fear flickers across its face and then is very quickly replaced by half of a very large grin. I'm counting on it. And it disappears as it sinks into the ground and is gone. And that is where we will leave it for tonight.
Fantastic. Job well done, sir. Job well done.
Incredible.
That was so good.
Well, this concludes our 4th episode, I believe, of Legends and Lore. Hopefully you enjoyed this evening's entertainment. Want to thank you so much. Thank every one of these talented individuals for bringing the amazing stuff they brought to the table. My name is Eric. I'm the Grin Master for creating Grin. I'm going to pass it over to Rachel.
I am Rachel, otherwise known as the Organized DM. You can find me on many projects such as Castleton and Fate Dark Eclipse, and then I'm going to be a pretty little princess soon. And you can also find me pretty much any social media under the Organized DM moniker. And hopefully I can find a way to regrow my beak. We will see. I am going to go ahead
Metal
and...
beak coming.
Honestly, I'm going to go ahead and pass it off to Northwolf.
Hello, everyone. My name is Norfolk 911. I am one half of Twisted Fates, and tonight was amazing. Thank you so much, Andy, for such an amazing time. Literally was sucked in from the moment you started, so it was amazing. What can you find me doing? A lot. You can find me doing a lot. A lot. So my my thing is to just go check me out on my socials at Norfolk911 or at Twisted Fates Productions, and you can check out what we have. We have a lot of things coming, a lot of cool things coming, and whenever this comes out, today, September 8th, on September 9th, you'll find a really cool announcement that we're going to make. So check that out. It's going to be great. It's going to be amazing. I'm super excited. There's a lot of other things coming out for our Twisted Fates as well. We have Dino Crisis, which is coming out this Friday, which Janelle's in, and we got some other stuff coming out this month and next month and in the near future. So there's a lot of things coming out for our game. And again, super excited to be at this table. Such an amazing talent here, and I really honestly had a great time tonight. So thank you so much again, and I'm going to pass it over to Janelle.
Hi, everybody. I'm Janelle, or Boss Jellybean all over the internet. Eric, when does this come out?
Pretty sure it's October the 8th or 9th.
Great.
Yeah, the first
okay.
one comes out on the 8th. So,
And then
So
there
in
should follow
October,
after.
I have, I'm going to be starting on the Horde of the Dragon Queen, which is on
Nice.
Wanderer's Tavern.
Nice.
I'm also going to be doing some Fey Dark Eclipse on the 6th and the 24th of October.
Amazing.
We have our Salvage Union game where Andy's going to be in that one. We're going to be piloting some giant robots in the Wasteland. That's going to be on October 13th.
Battling kaijus left and right.
Arguably the most important thing on October is my birthday on the 19th.
Oh yeah.
We also have, what else am I doing? The Widow's Web is going to be on October 21st, where it's going to be 8 drow in a combat to the death in a giant maze. That's going to be very
awesome.
fun. And sometime during this month, I am also going to be cosplaying and DMing as Tiamat against my friend Sean, who is going to be Bahamut, and we have chosen 3 champions each who are also going to be in a battle to the death.
Amazing.
That's
Oh
going to
my
be very
God.
fun. And that's going to be on the Somebody's Heroes channel.
Wait, I'm also in
You
that.
are also Andy. You're in literally fucking everything I do at this point. You're in the drow one too. Like I can't.
Yeah. I was like, wait, that one she just mentioned? I'm in that one. Oh, wait, and then the other one, I'm also in that one too.
Like you're just like stuck with me.
It's a good thing you mentioned it because I was going to completely forget.
And then the last thing I have going on this month is Stoneburner on the 28th, which is Dwarves in Space.
Nice.
That's all my stuff
Because of course.
Nice.
this month. Over to Michael.
Hey, I'm Michael, one half of the Dadvantage. This will come out after we'll have gloriously celebrated Rachel's pretty princessness on our Princess Party episodes. That'll be a ton of fun, where we take Disney princesses and have them jump into Eldritch Horror. But we'll also continue sort of our discussions of the new 2024 rules, a bunch of other things. We're going to have an interview with Jaden King, which will probably be coming out sometime in the middle of all this madness.
Jaden's one of my champions, says Tiamat.
All right, right on. So there'll be a lot of good stuff coming up on the Dadvantage, and you can also catch my partner Andy, who does Dodeca Donuts at many cons, particularly here on the West Coast. So please go check out his donuts. They are amazing. And I will pass it off to Andy.
No, Rachel first. Rachel first.
She already went. You're up.
Oh, she already went?
Yeah.
am I that
What am I doing?
forgettable? Gosh,
No,
Andy.
you're not. How dare.
Ouch! The
How dare.
stab to the
It's just
heart.
late.
My
It's
God.
just
It's
late.
late.
It is.
It is
Yep.
kind of late.
Hey, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the absolute chaos of this session. I am MrDanDyDM. You can find me everywhere, YouTube, Instagram, etc. I am the Dungeon Master for Our Flag Means Doom, Survivors of Ashkelon and Shadows of Ashkelon, which Janelle is also a part of. I will be in pretty much everything that Janelle does for the foreseeable future. And I will be in the Salvage Union. I will be in her Tiamat game.
Yeah, but you're not on you're not on the right side.
I'm not on your team.
In the Tiamat game.
I'm Bahamut. Yeah. Team Bahamut.
Come
#blessed.
Fade Arc at this point, honestly.
Honestly.
And I will also be playing a drow in her the drow game. Yeah. And I'll also be piloting a mech in her Salvage Union game.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm excited about that.
Can't seem to get rid of me.
It's gonna be fun.
And also,
North is
I
also
am
in Salvage Union.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Look, we're all.
And I'm also playing Fitzwilliam, demigod of Gambit, in Castleton, and I'm also like, are we revealing whether or not I'm in season 3? Is that cool? Is that cool? We can edit this out.
Chapter 3.
Chapter 3.
I
will be in an upcoming chapter of North Wolf's Candela Obscura game coming up soon.
That comes up
2025.
So yeah.
Oh, it's
2025. So yes. That's me.
Awesome.
This has been fun, y'all.
Yeah. Like I said before, this is Creating Grin. Please consider subscribing. Help us get those numbers up if you enjoyed what you saw today. Stay tuned for episode number 5, which I'm pretty sure the boss is in charge of. So good luck to all of us. Thank you for watching. And remember, keep grinning.